the legendary Hollywood director. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576, Alfonso's joining. Subscriptions. Votes. Hello, Mr. Cuarón. Producer Cuarón. Alfonso Cuarón walked out of the studio rented by the crew, and there were respectful greetings all the way. When he arrived at the parking lot, he drove towards the Firefly Pictures building. Gyro told him that after Lyman asked him to meet, Alfonso naturally had to go to the meeting. As the car passed through the bustling area, from time to time, you could see the movie posters of the lake monster hanging on the billboards on both sides. There were always audiences discussing enthusiastically or queuing up to buy tickets near the theater. These 2 days, the lake monster was really popular, and what you saw in the media were all news about the film's popularity. After Alfonso drove to the Firefly Pictures building, the front desk had been instructed to give his name and lead him upstairs. In the office, only Lyman was sitting in the boss chair looking through documents. When Alfonso came in, he greeted him with a smile. "Director Cuarón, please take a seat." When Lyman's assistant brought a cup of coffee, Lyman said again, "These are coffee beans shipped from South Africa. After grinding, the taste is very good. Thank you." Alfonso was a little terrified, not understanding why he was so polite to him. In terms of qualifications and achievements, he was just so-so, and his status and position were even worse than Lyman's. The more polite Lyman was, the more restrained Alfonso felt. Who would have thought that Lyman was just being polite to the wise and humble in order to win him over? Others may not know, but Lyman didn't know that Alfonso's directorial career had not yet reached its peak. After a brief greeting, Lyman led the topic to cooperation. He said, "I heard from director Gyro that you want to cooperate with Firefly Pictures in the form of a director studio." Alfonso didn't understand why Lyman was so polite for a while, but he was really tempted by this matter and really wanted to change the environment, so he nodded. Lyman smiled and said, "Then, Firefly will treat all conditions the same. Just follow the rules. If you have a good idea to shoot a movie, project funding is not a problem, but risks need to be shared. Firefly will not interfere with the management of the usual studio operations. You can recruit staff yourself, or the production department has behind-the-scenes staff. You can ask the agency to intervene in the specific project profit-sharing negotiations. Anyway, there are rules. I just want a win-win situation and to make friends. If the project fails, there may be a certain review when the shooting plan is submitted next time, and it may not be invested again, but generally, the company is willing to invest. I'm a filmmaker, and I can understand filmmakers," Lyman said very sincerely, and Alfonso could hear it. And it was indeed as Gyro said, this company did not have so many rules and regulations, and would restrict the shooting subject matter in various ways. However, there is one thing: if you lose money, you have to admit it, and it may not continue to support. But no one's money is blown by the wind. In terms of reviewing projects, Firefly is already considered to be relaxed and generous. Alfonso can understand this point after comparison. Any director with some ability would prefer more freedom. Even what to shoot, how to shoot, and the editing of the film are always interfered by others, whether it is the management, the producer, or the board of directors. In short, Lyman's proposal hit the heart of directors like Alfonso. He doesn't like all kinds of calculations, all kinds of market analysis, and all kinds of foresight. He doesn't know whether the film can make money, but he can definitely know whether it is fun to shoot. Almost in an instant, he made up his mind. What's more, Lyman also started as a director, which is a kind of identity. Moreover, after the film is made, there is no worry about the theaters being released, and he even has a distribution company. So, is there anything else to worry about? It seems not. Anyway, if you are not happy, you can leave at any time. Hollywood directors, especially those who have achieved results, have no means of restriction at all. It is impossible that he will find other studios if you don't invest money in his project. The ownership of the copyright of the project is the key, but the project is proposed by people. Alfonso is not a very ambitious person, but as a director who doesn't want to gain greater autonomy. Therefore, this temptation is really irresistible. When Alfonso verbally agreed to cooperate with Firefly, he returned to the set of Pan's Labyrinth in a good mood. Lyman was also very satisfied with Alfonso's joining. The studio needs talents, a lot of film talents, and among them, powerful directors are the most important. When DreamWorks was at its best, it was not supported by Spielberg alone. In fact, Ridley Scott was also the one who achieved the most in the peak years of DreamWorks. Gladiator not only won all kinds of Oscars, but also helped DreamWorks win more than $400 million box office worldwide. Of course, DreamWorks is now in decline. The disastrous failure of Escape from the Island in July this year further accelerated Paramount's acquisition pace. By November, Paramount began to reorganize all aspects of DreamWorks' business. Perhaps by next year, nothing will be left, except this brand and some high-quality copyrights. The only pity for Paramount is that DreamWorks Animation has long been separated independently, and this very delicious part has not been collected. Now is also the period of rapid development of Firefly Pictures. Take this year as an example. Firefly's annual output is less than 7 movies, which is far behind the number of at least 12 movies per year of the Big Six, not to mention that they have more than 10 or 20 movies to distribute every year. But even if Blue Butterfly Pictures strives to catch up, it can barely maintain profitability due to its lack of inherent foundation. The most important thing is that it is still a vassal of Firefly Pictures. In a short period of time, oh no, it may be impossible to become the main profit-making business of the group for several years, even if there is an opportunity to participate in the Cannes Film Festival. After all, most of the films screened at the film festival already have financial backers behind them, and independent productions also need competition, which is basically to ensure the market opened up by the film source, not to say how much profit there is. If it is very profitable, will the French local film industry and the powerful Big Six let go of this piece of fat? Obviously, everyone is just taking some film sources to maintain the distribution business so as not to spend employees' salaries in vain. If you really want to make money, you have to do it in other aspects. And for a production studio, of course, it is production. But to produce a film, you need good projects. Where do good projects come from? One is to hoard scripts and buy the rights to adapt popular novels, and the other is to create original works. The latter is more friendly to Firefly Pictures, because most popular novels are already in the pockets of the Big Six early on, and some veteran authors also prefer to cooperate with the Big Six, so it is difficult for Firefly to pick up leaks. Therefore, filmmakers like Alfonso who can write and direct and have their own ideas are undoubtedly the type of talent that Firefly needs most, and it is definitely worth coming forward to win them over. Chapter 577 First Weekend Results, Subscriptions, Votes. The weekend passed quickly as the cinemas and Warner Brothers were all leaning on the Lake Monster. Monday, November 14th. In the office of the president of Blue Butterfly Pictures, Lyman sat in the boss chair, thinking back to the changes in the past 2 years, and sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that the North American Distribution Foundation he had spent several years of hard work and energy to lay would one day fail to keep up with the business needs of the studio. Of course, if it was the original Lyman Pictures, it might be enough. At first, he only wanted to help the big boss seize power and not become a one-man show. Then, the film production department that had just started would definitely not be able to invest in any movies that needed a lot of publicity. But when it came to Firefly Pictures, the situation was completely different. Everything seemed to be reversed. In terms of production, there were 3, 6, and 9 levels, but in terms of distribution, Blue Butterfly Pictures could only barely reach 6, and 9 was even more unthinkable. So, Lyman could only watch his own business, his own profits, his own bonuses and voice fall into the pockets of outsiders. It was disappointing. Lyman thought so more than once. But when it comes to publicity and promotion, he really doesn't have the strength. He can't just pretend to be rich and go ahead with it, but still not get good results and waste the market potential of the film. The Lake Monster. Although Lyman hasn't seen the movie market data for the first weekend, based on the information feedback from the past 2 days, He has no doubt that this movie will become the most profitable project for Firefly Pictures this year. After all, it took another $33.28 million on Saturday, and the box office maintained an upward trend very normally, smoothly continuing the strong performance of the first day of release. Moreover, generally speaking with big data, the box office curve of new films in the Hollywood film market is higher on Saturday than on Friday and Sunday, because the first day and the midnight show are dominated by hardcore fans and supporters. On Saturday, a rest day, it ushered in a full outbreak of passers-by and hardcore fans. Sunday will fall slightly, but it will still be higher than Friday. But if this doesn't happen, it's either a dark horse or a flop. The box office data of the first weekend can fall too much, which is a nightmare for any studio, and this nightmare is still being played out in the market. However, The Lake Monster, which has already caused a wave of movie watching, is obviously not a money loser. After only 2 days of release, North America has accumulated $68.75 million US. The movie itself is not a movie project with a large audience and fans like Harry Potter and Spider-Man. It is estimated that it is not a traffic problem, nor will it fluctuate greatly. The box office in the first 2 weeks is higher than the box office in the next month. Lyman is very jealous of Warner's distribution and promotion capabilities. After flipping through a few documents to be processed, he still wants to know the specific situation of The Lake Monster, even though this movie has little to do with Blue Butterfly Pictures. Not long after, the sorted film market table was placed on Lyman's desk. Just a cursory glance, Lyman was a little unwilling again. Sunday closing. $32.67 million, $101.42 million in the first weekend. Breaking $100 million in 3 days, a sign of a blockbuster hit. It's disappointing. Lyman didn't know why this thought came up again. Although he had never thought that the North American distribution network he created would be lucky enough to promote any blockbuster projects with great market potential. He just wanted to import movies from other regions and make a little money. However, there is no harm without comparison. How uncomfortable it must be to release a movie that is worth the hard work you put in selecting movies for several years, but you may not be able to make much profit. According to the 10% fixed box office commission agreed by Firefly and Warner, and the publicity expenses shared equally by both parties, Warner will be able to get back more than $6 million in these 3 days, not the total box office, but the distribution and production share, after deducting the theaters. Well, compared with the expenditure, Warner certainly did not make back the cost, but according to this trend, is it difficult to make back the cost? Let's not talk about offline and copyright peripherals, just based on the box office and overseas markets, it is easy to make a profit of more than $25 million. This is a win-win situation. Warner reasonably invests resources and reaps enough profits. Firefly does not have such market distribution capabilities. With the help of Warner to release the box office potential, it also reaps enough profits. As for what is lost and what is gained, it is all for their own needs. The Big Six have already monopolized the largest publicity market in the film scheduling share. There is never a studio behind them. For example, all major American TV networks and regional TV stations have the shadow of the Big Six. Even if you pay, you may not be able to buy the golden advertising space. As for themselves, that is the internal price. This is also why Warner feels at ease to extract a fixed 10% box office commission, and 10% is not much. It can be said that, because the Firefly project is very profitable, it is considered as part of the wooing. The highest they extract from those small studios is to shout out a 30% or 35% profit plan, basically not giving those small studios a profit margin on the box office. If they want to make money, they will operate offline. Is it overbearing? If the merchant's goods are easy to sell, the platform will give in. If the platform is too awesome, the merchant will give in. In this way, e-commerce and sales are similar. In the final analysis, it depends on whether your own chips are enough to play at the table. At the same time, in the Warner Brothers Pictures building in Burbank, a group of executives were discussing the excellent performance of The Lake Monster in the conference room. Among them, a senior executive of the distribution department waved the box office report in his hand and reported happily, "The attendance rate has been maintained at about 80%, and the audience has a good reputation. It is expected that the film will not drop too much next week, and it will generally maintain the overall hot selling trend. In this regard, we need to publicize the results as soon as possible and stir up the momentum again to attract passers-by who are still watching." The person in the publicity department stood up and said, "We have continued to invest $8 million, and newspapers and magazines have also reserved entertainment front pages, and we can start the second round of publicity at any time." Well, keep this kind of resource investment, but wait another week. We need to promote our own project Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire in advance. Remember to stagger the distribution. After the meeting, Berry picked up the box office report of the North American market again and scanned it line by line. First place, The Lake Monster, $101.42 million. Second place, Chicken Story, $32 million. Third place, Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle, $16.75 million. Animated films can occupy a place in the film market. No matter how popular the live-action films are, the second week box office of Chicken Story, the runner-up, only dropped by 20% compared with the previous week, and $32 million is almost the sum of the results of the 4th to 10th place. It is no wonder that Disney is so proud and claims that it will still fulfill its established goal of earning $90 million before the release of Harry Potter 4, and under the pressure of the Lake Monster. In fact, Disney did not exaggerate its expectations. As of this weekend, the total box office of Chicken Story in North America has exceeded 80 million. With the current momentum, 90 million is really a small goal. At the end of the report, there is also a summary of the marketing department. From the overall market situation, Chicken Story is the second best-selling film produced by Disney in history, second only to The Lion King. The audience differentiation is too prominent, resulting in a decline in the total box office in the first half of November compared with last year, and the total amount has dropped by 10%, and the number of moviegoers has dropped by 8%. When The Lake Monster was released in the second half, it quickly attracted a large number of viewers who did not watch animated films back to the theater. Therefore, not only did it not decline in the end, but the total market volume increased by 3% compared with the same period last year. In fact, Warner has long understood that with more entertainment methods for the public now, compared with the 1990s, although the number of theaters is increasing, the number of productions is increasing, and the market is growing year by year, the increase is not high at all. And the number of moviegoers is not much higher than in the 1990s, but the degree of competition is more intense. In the past, it was normal for a hit movie to be screened for 2 or 3 months, but now the number of theaters has been reduced unreasonably after more than a month of screening. In other words, people used to have a single way of entertainment, preferring to go to the cinema to watch movies, but now, emerging forces such as games, television, and self-media have seriously distracted the audience's attention. Whether to watch a movie is not the most commonly chosen means of spiritual satisfaction. In other words, the pressure on film production is greater. Chapter 578, One of a Kind, Subscribe, Vote. Take the example of Sing Along, which was a hit in the original time and space. It cost $28 million to produce and earned more than $119.5 million worldwide. It is still more literary. No matter from which aspect, it can be regarded as a good project, not to mention that the film reviews are very good. But at this time, it was squeezed badly by The Lake Monster. It couldn't even enter the top 8 of the weekly rankings, ranking 9th, with a box office of $9.83 million, the 6th in the original version, more than $12 million. It was directly 12% less than the previous life. This is a very normal phenomenon of the hit movie squeezing out the movies of the same period. Of course, they follow the niche word of mouth flow, and in the long run, the total box office will never collapse too much. But when the audience has a choice and their vision is raised, can they still appreciate the boring movies that need to be watched patiently? There is also a question mark. Nowadays, the film market is also the same. When the audience has many entertainment means to kill time, they have an impact on many movies. If the quality of the movie is not good, the natural market risk of bad movies will be raised a lot. Going back, there were few projects that lost more than 50 million yuan, but after entering the new millennium, there were suddenly more projects. Is it because of the amount of investment and the total number of projects? Not entirely. This is also because the audience has more choices. If the movie is not good, we will not watch it. Therefore, once a blockbuster loses money, it is often a huge loss, the kind of loss of blood and flesh. Let's turn our attention back to the North American film market in November. The Lake Monster is still leading the way. After dominating the charts at the beginning, it directly won $23.78 million on the working day of Monday the following week, and the decline was controlled within 30%, which is acceptable. In addition, Warner's second wave of publicity offensive has arrived. The gorgeous box office data of the first weekend quickly made it to the entertainment front pages of major newspapers and magazines, and was recommended by traffic portals of online communities one after another. The power of the Lake Monster swept the movie market and completely opened the Christmas war. With a box office of over 100 million in the first weekend, the Lake Monster directly ignited the enthusiasm for watching movies. The first strong opponent will be welcomed in the post-New Year battle. Sex and blood have always been the two elements that can most stimulate the audience's adrenaline in movies. But the Lake Monster caused movie fans to exclaim with the grand scene of humans fighting against unknown behemoths. Hollywood Variety also reported a masterpiece that lived up to expectations and undoubtedly topped the list. Will the Lake Monster break director Lyman Last's personal box office record? Director Lyman, who focuses on niche themes, seems to have remembered to please the more mainstream audience market after Bad Guys. He is always so unexpected, but he always succeeds. Los Angeles pioneer with such a huge disparity in strength, how can the box office performance of the Lake Monster not be outstanding? Observer Brooklyn, New York. Lyman, who was hotly discussed by the media, came to the filming set of Prada. Before he left Firefly Pictures, Alfonso officially joined the cooperation in the form of a personal studio. At this time, most of the crew looked at Lyman with strange eyes, even the director David Frankel. This was not because Lyman made a joke, but the performance of his directorial works really shocked a group of people, especially the direct people brought by David himself to form the crew. None of them had the experience of breaking 100 million in the first weekend, but this one did it twice. And unlike works adapted from comics or well-known novels like Spider-Man, this one is an original project, relying on audience popularity and quality reputation to win. With such data and such strength, he still came to preside over the production of the Prada project. How can people not be shocked? But Lyman obviously didn't think so. He is not only a director, but also the owner of a studio. It is definitely irresponsible to always care about his own affairs. Although he is not as good as professionals like Joseph and Liam in management, he is still very confident in the film and television production he is familiar with. Moreover, these people did not understand that Prada also had such a potential to be a hit, so how could Lyman not be careful? Moreover, David's qualifications were still shallow. Although he had made many achievements in the field of TV series, in terms of movies, he could only say that he had just been entrusted with the status of a newcomer and might not be able to suppress an Oscar-winning actress like Meryl or a youngster like Anne. Executive producer Blake had said more than once that the crew was not at peace. Meryl often asked to change her role to increase the number of film shots and tried her best to perform. Anne was not a pushover either. On the one hand, she was forced to reduce her salary due to poor performance, and on the other hand, she could not keep up with Meryl's performance, and she was also holding back a lot of anger. It was unknown when the crew's relatively stable situation would be broken. This was obviously something David could not manage. It was not that he had a problem with his ability, but first of all, someone had to listen to him, and after listening, they had to accept his arrangements. One or two people did not obey him, and even a good cook could not cook without rice. What could he do? Of course, in order not to cause trouble, David did not say anything about these difficulties, but of course he had to support the director that Lyman had chosen. David's mood was complicated. The day before yesterday, Anne was still refusing to put on ugly makeup and went on stage without makeup, thinking that it would ruin her image. Today Lemon was just watching, and she was obedient. The same is true for Meryl Streep. When others made mistakes or their emotions were not coherent during the scenes, she always gave them a cold face, but today her attitude became better. If you say it's not for someone to see, no one will believe it. The crew members are also shrewd people, and they see through it, but don't say it. After all, Hollywood is such a place. They will take advantage of the powerful to flatter the big directors, and will also ignore the small directors. Thinking back to when Lemon first started making movies, it was difficult to find a crew, to get a stable salary and accumulate experience. It is conceivable how many barriers there are within the industry. David was naturally grateful for Lemon's help. He also suddenly realized that Lemon must be very serious about this project. Otherwise, he would not have rushed from Los Angeles to New York while his movie was still in the second week of the year, which was the most profitable. You know, the filming of the movie has only been started for 2 days. It took more than half a month of preparation to finish the main scene setting and props preparation. The only person who was a little discordant on the set was Lauren, the original author. She was unhappy about everything, but because she had to fulfill the contract, she had to accept it. Otherwise, her loss would be huge. The cost of breach of contract was a huge amount of money, especially when it involved the production of a project worth more than $30 million US. Even if she was sold, she couldn't afford to pay. At this moment, she was looking at a pile of gorgeous clothes for the actors to choose from and felt heartbroken. These clothes were of course sponsored by Prada. Many styles were the main styles of this year's autumn and winter seasons, but now they were being chosen by people like street style goods that can be seen everywhere. Of course, this should also depend on one's concept of luxury goods. After all, Prada can't take back the clothes that have been worn and resell them, otherwise they would be street goods. From a certain perspective, luxury goods are the most time-sensitive futures. The more you understand them, the more you will wonder whether the actual value of those simple pieces of fabric is that high. Of course, the fashion circle doesn't think so. Even if it is to harvest the IQ tax of the people, it satisfies a certain kind of show-off, mixed with great psychological needs. But Lauren, as a white-collar worker with a relatively low income, is usually fascinated by these big brands, but is short of money. To put it bluntly, it is too expensive to want them, so she is reluctant to spend them. Occasionally, she saves a sum of money for her royalties, and spends a lot on them. Seeing a basic Prada little black dress thrown aside by the staff, which is a discarded outfit that can't be matched, she can only feel very sad. Moreover, she watched the parts of the movie script that were inconsistent with the original work, and she could only feel more upset. But this world is always so unfair. 20% of the rich class controls more than 80% of the social wealth. This is the 80/20 rule. If you are not in the 20% class, you can only watch others distribute wealth or power. Moreover, Lauren herself did not write the novel completely, based on her experience at Vogue. The original Prada, her past experiences and the movie she is currently filming, should be 3 stories and 3 lives. Miranda is not Anna Wintour, so there is no need to secretly satirize her. Chapter 579, Ugly Acting. Please subscribe and vote. In the dressing room of the Prada crew, Anne Hathaway looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't bear to look at her current appearance. Her face was slightly sallow, her face that was often maintained became rough, and her hair was not carefully groomed and tied up behind her head. Anyway, the look was as silly as it could be. And her bloated costume also concealed her originally exquisite figure, which she had worked hard to exercise for a better figure. She looked no different from a passerby on the street, or a girl who didn't like the exquisite life. It's still not mediocre enough. You can draw some pimples on your face. The ugly duckling is not ugly enough. How to compare with the amazing changes of the White Swan? This sense of contrast is very important. After watching it, director David made a more excessive request. Yes, excessive. It must be because of my previous performance that he deliberately teased me like this, and he also talked about ugly ducklings and white swans. Anne thought so. Anne was really angry. She had agreed to appear without makeup, so why did she deliberately make herself ugly? She has been acting in movies for so many years. Not only did she not show her most beautiful side, but she also made such an excessive request. Anne Hathaway did not look at David with a cold face. But because of Lemon's presence, she did not choose to contradict him. David did not mind this indifference, he just did his job as a director. So, he continued to discuss with the makeup artist how to put on makeup, and directly ignored Anne. Anne was furious and her face turned blue. This was even more unacceptable than asking her to act in a nude scene. Lemon had known that there was a disagreement in the crew. Seeing this scene, he had to come over to comfort her. Annie, believe me, David is doing this for your own good. It is because you are very beautiful that you look like a vase in any role. Have you forgotten the malice of film critics towards you in the past? Why did you go to the independent circle? Isn't it to reverse this evaluation and for your own acting career? The sacrifices now will be worth it in the future. Anne was not convinced by David, but she was convinced by the extremely successful Lemon. After hearing this, her attitude improved a lot. I will follow the instructions and play the role in the movie smoothly. Lemon heard the resentment in Anne's tone, but he couldn't do anything about it. He shrugged and turned away. Anyway, it's fine as long as the movie can be finished. Whether there are conflicts or not, it has nothing to do with the movie. The first shot today took place in the home of the heroine Andy. Anne stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom, secretly encouraged herself, and said, "Come on, you can do it, you will definitely pass the interview." This is a shot that was not in the original version. It was a new scene created by Lemon's screenwriter department after adaptation. It must be said that the original version of the foreshadowing about entering the magazine is a bit long. In fact, it can be fully explained through a few seconds of hints. For example, in this section, the background of the characters and what will happen in the future are all explained clearly. It is a young man who has just graduated and is worried about entering the society and is not confident about the job interview. In this way, the length of the gorgeous transformation scene later can also be increased. It can be said that the script was carefully polished. Cut. David sat behind the director's monitor and shouted with a frown, "Annie, you have to understand that you are a fledgling who has just graduated from college and has not experienced the society." Her optimism should be accompanied by a little lack of confidence. The performance just now was uneven. Don't you have any emotional ups and downs? I need a three-dimensional performance, not a plain and awkward performance. Do it again. Since the other party did not respect him, David had nothing to respect. What he said was a bit harsh. In fact, it could be more tactful. But as a director, everyone has his own work attitude. For example, Cameron would scold directly, and David's temper was not too extreme. However, for an actor, it is always uncomfortable to be questioned about acting skills. Anne was still a little annoyed, wondering if David was targeting her again. However, David was still not satisfied with the second performance that followed. Why do you have to act so dejected? She is just nervous about the new life, not that she failed the interview. Do it again. Lemon tried to ease the mood and said, take more control of the emotional changes and imagine yourself cheering yourself up. By the third time, she finally passed. At noon, the crew stopped and prepared to have lunch. Since Prada is a fashion drama, the film's location is mainly New York and Paris. At present, the crew has booked a 3-star hotel in New York as a campsite. If conditions permit, they will not save money. After the hotel prepared the food and drinks, Anne saw Emily holding the script and studying it. In the whole movie, 3 women have the most roles. Emily is the least famous and popular among the 3. She is naturally holding back a lot of anger in her heart and wants to leave an impression on the audience with her performance. In short, she is full of motivation. "Ah, you are here too." Meryl greeted the 2 people calmly. Although Hollywood attaches great importance to pay, it also pays attention to qualifications. An old-fashioned movie star like Meryl, who has achieved some achievements early in the industry, naturally ranks first in the small group of 3. The 3 sat together, with very little food on the plate, and there was no butter or cheese on the plate, which is high in fat and calories. But Americans love to eat just a little salad and a few slices of bread, without jam. Keeping in shape is a must for becoming a female star. For this reason, sacrificing appetite is inevitable. In order to ensure the effect on the camera, there is no other choice. The three of them were not actually familiar with each other, but sitting together, they still had many days to spend together in the future, so they could only find topics to chat. And here, Anne was subtly excluded. Because Emily and Meryl are the same type of actors, it is common for them to make themselves ugly and gain weight for roles. Unlike Anne, who debuted as an idol with good looks, it is inevitable that some people will look down on her. But Anne was also wronged. Her looks were given by her parents and are the love of God. Moreover, the limited acting range is also due to the problems of the entire team and the selection of films. She has also tried to take the route of strength and speak with her acting skills. Indeed, as Lyman said, those who look good are always easily overlooked for their efforts and progress. Anne is not a person with great acting talent. It can only be said that she is getting better in this regard, but this requires time and performance opportunities. Emily and Meryl were chatting vigorously, and Anne could not get in a few words. Meryl did not hide her admiration for Emily at all, and encouraged her by saying, "Believe me, this project planned by Lyman is definitely promising, and you will be the lead actress one day. After the release of Prada, at least you will get more opportunities in the UK." The British film and television industry always says that they look down on Hollywood, but they value British actors who have studied in Hollywood. This is a common practice. Emily was born in 1983 and made her official debut in a British TV series in 2002. It can be said that she has not achieved anything worth mentioning until now, and she does not have a very impressive background in the industry and is used to playing supporting roles. Therefore, Meryl's encouragement was very useful to her. She carefully glanced at Anne. She could not afford to offend either of them, but she had to respond. Moreover, Anne was usually very cold, a little pretentious, and very good at hiding her true thoughts. Of course, it is definitely unfair to call her a white lotus, but it cannot be denied that she is indeed out of touch with reality until her personality collapsed. It can be said that Anne is a bit of a big shot and not very likable, but who in the entertainment industry has a gentle personality that is close to a saint. Anne on the side certainly maintained an attitude of patient listening and smiling from time to time, but it is undeniable that she was furious. Meryl's encouragement was to say that another young actor could be the heroine in front of the project's heroine. No matter how you listen to it, it feels like there is a deeper meaning. I believe that no one would feel good about this feeling of being excluded. What made her even more depressed was that she couldn't refute anything, because Emily seemed to be better than her in acting and attitude. Emily had a role to perform in the morning, but she really cares about acting, otherwise she wouldn't be able to make a living by relying on her face, and she would go to the independent film circle to polish it. Who doesn't want to be recognized? Yes, she is beautiful, but this kind of beauty has become a double-edged sword and has hurt Anne's acting career. At this moment, the fire in her heart is burning more and more, but it is almost invisible from the outside. As an idol, facial expression management is also a science. Even if you are so angry that you want to vomit blood or feel wronged and want to cry, you always have a smile on your face. A fake smile is still a smile. They live very tired lives, but it is undeniable that they are strong inside. I admire Anne very much, but her shortcomings are indeed a bit fake, which is commonly known as looking fake and unreal. P.S. After the filming of Prada, the relationship between the leading actors and the director was not good. After the promotion period, there was almost no contact. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 Queen Bee. Subscribe, vote. How's the situation on the set? After the filming of Prada started, Lyman went back to Firefly Pictures. Now, the first thing he asked was Blake, the executive producer of the crew, because he found that sometimes when there are too many women, they will be as unapproachable as the only queen bee in a hive. Once they meet, they will bite and fight to determine the first place. The progress this morning was not bad, and David was in a good mood. Blake said with a smile, I found that Anne seemed to be holding back a breath to prove her professionalism as an actor. This kind of competition is healthy. However, there are some problems in the costume department. There are not enough sponsored costumes. Contact Prada. Lemon was most concerned about the filming situation, so he asked again, how do you think Anne and Emily's performance is? Lemon was not worried about Meryl, because Meryl's performance was obvious to all. She was very professional, and even took her attitude a little too seriously. That's why she was unhappy with Anne. Not bad, at least it seems so. David is shooting a few points faster than expected. Blake said sincerely, they can all recognize that they are working and will not substitute other unnecessary emotions. They are in control very well. As for what happens in private, no one wants to care. Lemon nodded when he heard it. Stepping into the studio, Lemon stood on the left side of David and watched the rivalry between Anne and Meryl. This clip is also the scene where Andy came for the interview. Who are you? Meryl took off her glasses and looked at Anne, sizing her up and examining her like a superior. I'm Andrea Sykes. I'm here to apply for your assistant. Anne replied calmly with a hint of flattery. Huh. Meryl looked at Anne again, picked up a newspaper, and expressed her disdain, and didn't want to pay attention to it anymore. Emily sighed slightly beside her, and was about to pull Anne away. But she heard Anne say, ma'am, if you can condescend to take a look at my resume, you will find that I graduated from Northwestern University and received an offer from Stanford Law School. Obviously, my resume can be sent to you, which proves that the our department thinks I'm qualified to make phone calls and pour coffee for you. Meryl put down the newspaper and looked at Anne again, as if she wanted to see through this girl. For some reason, this girl who was dressed terribly and didn't fit in with her circle actually aroused her interest. A person's good acting skills do not mean that every role will be performed with charming style. In fact, it is called narrow acting range. A good actor should be able to catch the audience's attention by body language, even if he doesn't show his face. Just like Meryl, she appeared in Kramer vs. Kramer for less than 20 minutes in total, but the impression she left in that film was almost the same as that of the male lead Dustin Hoffman, so she won the title of Queen with that role. At this moment, Meryl only had 2 lines, and she almost expressed her meaning through her eyes or facial expressions throughout the whole process, but she just let the audience know what she wanted to express. On the other hand, Anne had many lines, but her eye contact was not good enough, and she could only barely keep up with Meryl. Emily was not to be mentioned. She was just a background in this scene, and there was really not much room for her to perform. But obviously, the rivalry between Meryl and Anne was led by Meryl throughout the whole process. Anne probably knew that she was overshadowed. When David shouted, "But, prepare for the next part," she went back to the dressing room with a cold face. No matter what the crew members next to her thought, no one would say anything about such things. In fact, it is normal for the entertainment industry to repel each other with the same kind. A more famous point is kings do not meet kings. For example, the 2 Thomases have never worked together, and a superstar is unwilling to easily play a supporting role for another first-line movie star. This has nothing to do with the role or anything, it is just a simple issue of status. Because Meryl is no longer young, she can only play supporting roles most of the time. If she was young, she might not have worked with Anne. After David watched the playback and confirmed the lens effect again, the crew began to record the next scene, which was the plot of Andy's first day at work after passing the interview. No matter what, no matter how bad their relationship was, the 3 actresses still maintained a good professional attitude. Lemon watched for a while and found that they had successfully passed 3 of the 3 lines and had successfully completed today's filming task. Since the budget of the crew was not very large, it was impossible to support long-term filming in groups. Everyone would go off work after working 8 hours a day. After all, Hollywood was used to this kind of working hours. If overtime was required, it would be an additional salary expenditure and needed to be negotiated. This was not possible for the Prada crew. Anyway, there was still enough time for the plan. No rush. At the end of the day's filming, Lemon saw Meryl's husband Don and her 2 daughters coming to pick her up at the door of the studio. Meryl, who had finished the filming, did not have the oppressive feeling when performing, and was completely an ordinary woman. The Soscanale house can indeed be said to live the most standard life of middle-class housewife. She does not cook, but spends a lot of time with her children. She can often be seen in some tabloids. Photos of her driving to pick up her children to school. The reason why we don't settle near Hollywood is because the atmosphere there doesn't match our family. Meryl's husband Don smiled and chatted with Lemon. I mean, those all-night decadent atmospheres seem too impetuous to many people and are also very detrimental to the growth of children. If you get in touch with them too early, it's easy to go the wrong way. Indeed. Lemon agreed. The day before yesterday, I received an invitation from Hefner, founder of Playboy, to attend his private party. There, all kinds of champagne and fine wine were sprayed wantonly, and everyone talked about tens of millions and hundreds of millions of investments. This made me feel that Franklin suddenly became worthless. Meryl also interjected, "This is already a decent social party. Some parties held with unhealthy purposes are fatal." Well, at this time, we have to talk about Angelina Jolie's dark history, which is also a famous scandal among Hollywood actresses. This extremely individual actress was very absurd when she was young, and now she is not much better. In 1999, she was addicted and had no money to pay for the chips, so she was directly filmed by the vendor. After that, the vendor pestered Angelina. In addition to extorting money from time to time, he often sold private photos to newspapers to earn extra money. Even if Angelina successfully turned over with Tomb Raider, this black history is still a wound that cannot be mentioned. In the next few days, the filming of Prada was still progressing slowly as planned. On November 18th, Pan's Labyrinth was officially launched. The budget of this project is higher than the original version, and the starring lineup is led by monster professional Ron Perelman and 12-year-old Spanish child star Ivana Baquero. It is worth mentioning that Ivana got the role of Ophelia among many competitors with her performance that is closest to the role and her smart and agile reactions. "Boss, we need to recruit more professional management talents." Lemon, who returned to the Firefly Pictures building, heard Joseph say so. At this time, he was checking the project progress email sent back by Alfonso. In fact, Joseph quite enjoyed the feeling of holding all the power, but he knew that with the development of Firefly, he did not have enough energy to manage it alone. But now, he was a little overwhelmed. Even if his sleep time was reduced every day, he could not handle the increasing number of company operations. For example, he needed to follow up on the sales of Mattel's authorized character images. For example, the second round of movie broadcasting rights still needed to be contacted with regional TV stations. For example, the market survey task for pay-per-view and DVD sales also needed to be assigned to do it, and this matter must be done by someone who is familiar with this kind of business, otherwise it is easy to be deceived. Don't think that Blockbuster will not play tricks. If it is not strictly controlled, they will also conceal the specific sales figures. And all of these are losing the company's profits, so the expansion of the management team really needs to be put on the agenda. Chapter 581 Consideration, Subscription, Vote. So, Lemon asked, "It's urgent to expand management, but it's hard to trust someone with little experience to take over the relevant business smoothly. It's not easy to poach someone with enough experience. Do you have any solution for the problem?" Lemon had considered this before, and poaching people was not a burden for him. But Firefly Pictures didn't say it was much better than the Big Six or other second-tier companies, and the salary was not too high. Why would someone who was doing well switch to you? In other words, what advantages did Firefly have over other studios to attract talent? I might as well be frank. Lemon frowned slightly and said, "I'm unwilling to give company shares, and the new employees will not agree to specific dividends. There is no need to say more about this. Although the operation of a company requires reasonable distribution of benefits, and many bosses like to tie the management together with equity or profit dividends, the distribution of benefits also requires a distribution method. For example, Joseph, Blake, Garsha, Thomas, Ryan and others have worked together for a long time before they can share. Lemon will not give dividends as soon as they come. Excessive treatment is not good for the operation of the company, and it also increases administrative costs. Instead of spending that huge amount of money to poach people, Lemon would rather recruit from college graduates. It is nothing more than a process of getting familiar with the work business and requires time to hone. Weighing the pros and cons, choose the greater one, and weighing the pros and cons, choose the lesser one. Lyman has just gotten rid of the debt-ridden situation of film and television projects, and he still has to save money to do big things. It is impossible for him to spend a lot of money to buy people's hearts in order to expand management. Even if he wants to buy people's hearts, he has to prove his workability. The enthusiasm of the old employees of the company cannot be hurt for the sake of newcomers. You know, only the top managers of Firefly Pictures have been promised dividends, and Joseph himself has only started to receive 3% of the company's annual profits this year, and will continue until retirement, with an annual salary plus dividends model. Joseph is already a multi-millionaire manager. Of course, Joseph can bring up this matter, so he naturally has a plan. Boss, your consideration is right. Joseph is not completely flattering, but he also agrees with Lyman's recruitment concept just now. And Joseph ultimately wants to dig out ready-made management talents, but they are eliminated due to internal fighting. Just like him, he stood on the wrong side of the personnel faction within the company and was excluded. Don't think that these people are losers and have poor business capabilities. The larger the company, the more complicated the relationships are, and it is not possible to climb to the top just by being able to do things. Just like Michael Ovitz, who founded CAA, at his peak, he was even listed at the top of the most powerful list in Hollywood, and was more awesome than the helmsman of the Big Six. But what happened in the end? He abandoned CAA and joined Disney, but was kicked out by the joint board of directors of Disney executives. After being kicked out, he wanted to return to CAA, but was rejected by the behemoth he had nurtured. He was kicked out for the second time. Now, is there still a place for this hero on the top of Hollywood? If you don't know how to stand in line and form cliques, you may not even be able to keep your job. So how can you do anything? Without the exchange of interests and personal connections, who the hell will give you the opportunity to make achievements? Joseph can be said to have suffered deeply from this, and he himself can never shake this ingrained grey workplace ecological chain. In other words, where there are people, there are struggles. Where there are struggles, there are rivers and lakes. Although you don't have to fight to the death, you should not give in. Back then, Joseph was also very successful, and he was doing well in Columbia. He entered the core management within a few years. What was the result? One wrong step, and he was assigned to a core idle position. How much time was wasted in this idleness? If he hadn't occasionally joined Firefly with a tried out mentality, he might still be retired in the UK. Whenever Joseph thought of it, he felt depressed. So, Lyman listened to Joseph's suggestion and tapped the table lightly to poach the management of those branches, or to promote or demote the unused talents. This is the best and most convenient way to start. Of course, the suggestion is a good one, but it is not so easy to implement in practice. For example, you need to be familiar with the internal struggles of other studios and the abilities and achievements of specific personnel in order to poach the right talents, and all of this requires intelligence sources. In this regard, you must seek help from major headhunting companies. At this moment, Joseph said again, the company is still lacking a real internal leader. In terms of management, the most important thing is to work together from top to bottom. Otherwise the people below will be hindered by various emotional problems, and fighting each other is really a taboo for the company. After speaking, Joseph looked up at Lyman. He had learned a lesson, so he naturally didn't want to get involved in the battlefield of internal power struggles. Now, what he wanted was an identity, an explanation, and to see if Lyman had strengthened the company and fully believed in his courage. Yes, Joseph wanted real management power. At this time, the production business of Firefly Pictures was decided by Lyman, but the senior management of each department was equal, and no one was higher than the other. With the expansion of management, personnel relations would inevitably become complicated. Joseph's position at this time was no longer enough to serve as an internal supervisor. He needed to go further, which required Lyman's opinion. In other words, the position of administrative supervisor was not enough to take on the heavy responsibility. After making this request, Joseph was a little uneasy. Lyman agreed. He thought he didn't have enough energy to manage the company, and he himself was not a management material. Since you hire people, you have to trust them. So he nodded slightly and said, "This is an old saying. What if I give you the position of general manager and the power of reward and punishment? Firefly Pictures, Blue Butterfly Pictures and the acquired digital domain are all subsidiaries of Man Media. In terms of the status of the group, Joseph and Lyman are not superior or inferior, but digital domain is too professional, and it is not possible for those who are not in the field of visual effects. In Lyman's mind, Lyman is a general, and he is good at developing the distribution market, but he is really not as good as Joseph in management. When the company was adjusted, Lyman intentionally left the position of the group headquarters vacant, just to see the individual's performance. Now it seems that Joseph is still suitable for the position of CEO of Man Group, plus the personnel management of Firefly headquarters. Other things, of course, this deep meaning will not be said. And Joseph just wants to use his absolute company status to facilitate management. After obtaining the corresponding permission, he felt at ease. Let's go, it's almost noon. Let's go out for dinner together. To win over subordinates, it is not only to give positions, but also to care for people's hearts. Such meticulousness and trust, how can Joseph not work with all his heart? Since capital entered Hollywood, the owners of the 6 major companies have changed, not to mention the management. Moreover, because of the need for global distribution networks for large film and television companies, management talents for related businesses are not scarce. As for refined copyright operations, it is even more of a corresponding scope of affairs. But now, Lyman's priority is to dig such talents. This time, the expansion of the management team has attracted the attention of major headhunting companies, and the network is all over the place. Soon, they sent various information materials, as well as corresponding contacts, positions, and salary conditions. As Joseph said, it is much easier to dig these people than the highly valued management team. After all, if there is no hope of making a breakthrough, it is not unacceptable to change the environment and work hard. In particular, the current performance of Firefly Pictures is quite good and quite tempting. Lyman looked through several documents, and did not see any direct request for equity or high salary. In other words, even if there is such an idea in mind, it has not been specifically proposed at this time. And this is exactly what Lyman wants to see. In this case, Lyman said to his left and right, let's contact a few people first. Lyman shuddered when he heard this, and looked at Joseph on the side. Oh, no, he is already the CEO, and in terms of status, he is still above himself. Of course, under normal circumstances, he can't manage the small piece of land of Blue Butterfly Pictures. It's just that the news came too suddenly, and Lyman was only notified by Lyman with a phone call, and he is not quite used to it. But the good thing about Man Media is that there is no board of directors and many shareholders to intervene in management. Lyman can directly decide the coordination of senior executives. As for the personnel situation below, he generally doesn't care. Chapter 582, Poaching, Subscriptions, Votes. Why are you staring at me? Joseph's heart tightened when Lyman looked at him, and he thought he had offended this person. But then he seemed to think of something, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise an arc. Lyman slandered in his heart, you bastard, you are so ungrateful. However, why was the position of group executive given to him? Lyman thought he was diligent in his work, but for such a big thing, he didn't even have time to discuss and consider, which was really a surprise. Of course, he didn't know that he had been identified as a pioneering general by Lyman. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, he didn't dare to utter a word. Everyone knows that Lyman rarely loosens his mind. From his behavior of not liking to investigate the market and analyze the potential of film production, he dared to invest in projects, which shows that he is very confident that his decision will not go wrong. In fact, the projects he is optimistic about are indeed not wrong. This is also the reason why Firefly Pictures has developed so fast. Lyman has long been impressed by the boss's vision. After all, among the 10 films that Blue Butterfly Pictures has acquired, 3 can recover their costs, 3 lose money, and 4 make a profit. This ratio is a normal level of film and television production. In the afternoon, Lyman took 2 people to act as interviewers and selected management talents in the reception room of Firefly Pictures. Rodriguez Perelman is one of the Latin Americans who will be interviewed. It seems to be just an ordinary personnel expansion, but there are indeed many people who are alarmed along the way. In other words, the headhunting company is too fast. Not only did it poach people from the 6 majors and overseas branches, but also some management of other studios were poached. For example, Rodriguez was the former senior executive in charge of copyright marketing at Artisan Entertainment. At this moment, he was sitting in the lounge of Firefly Pictures, watching the originally deserted room slowly become more popular, and the number of people coming has not completely stopped. He had to think about how fierce the competition was this time. But he really needs to change his job, because Artisan Entertainment is finished. This independent film label, founded in 1982, was acquired by the wildly expanding Lionsgate 2 years ago, and the old employees of the original company were not reused in the new company Lionsgate. Think about it, Artisan Entertainment was also glorious in the 1990s. It produced and released many B-level films, such as Pi, Requiem for a Dream, Blair Witch 2, and Center of the World. The most memorable one was the participation in Tom Cruise's movie Vanilla Sky. However, the leader's wrong decision made the financier give up running the company, and an independent label with good strength disappeared quietly in Hollywood. Rodriguez was thinking casually. Next to the waiting room, Lyman was also constantly looking through the interview materials. From the place of origin, age to the specific work experience and the positions he had held, he selected the most suitable one by one. Then, he turned to Rodriguez's resume. This is not because this person is so awesome, but because this person has a rich professional experience. He started from the crew's internal affairs, worked as a producer, worked in distribution, and finally entered the management level to be responsible for copyright development. It can be said to be comprehensive. Have you heard of this person in the circle? Lyman asked, showing his resume. Liam shook his head to indicate that he didn't know, but Joseph had some impression. I've seen him at a cocktail party in Colombia before. He often goes out to do business and deals with the flying market companies such as Blockbuster and American Home Entertainment. Looking at his resume, he is indeed good. Lyman nodded. Then, this person was led in by the company's employees. Rodriguez was born in 1969 and has settled in the United States for 2 generations. He is short, compared to the height of American whites. He is not really tall at nearly 1.6 meters. His face has some oriental flavor, that is, his nose is not straight, he has black hair, thick eyebrows, and yellow skin. Of course, many traditional white people in the United States who like racial discrimination often mistake Latinos for people from Japan, South Korea and China. But Latinos are a large group that accounts for 1/5 of the population in the United States, but their sources are very wide, including Latin American stowaways, Arabs and Spanish and Portuguese mixed-race children, and Southern European mixed-race children. It is also one of the groups that are often discriminated against. However, Latinos are still higher than Asians in the United States, second only to blacks and Italians. After all, there are many people. How long have you worked at Lionsgate? 1.5 years. How is the salary? Looking at your resume, you are familiar with copyright operation affairs? Yes, I used to deal with these every day and research offline markets. Then, are you willing to serve as the department director of the copyright development department under the marketing department of Firefly Pictures? Rodriguez nodded and agreed, with only one thought in his mind, to go to a new environment to work hard. His previous position at Lionsgate was a place with no water. He didn't get involved in important affairs on weekdays. He just wrote a report, did nothing every day, and had no sense of accomplishment. This kind of job, if lost, it's lost. He also wants to believe that he can do well in Firefly Pictures. After all, he is a smart man. He can go out to run copyright business, and he is a practical man who came from the crew. He deals with a group of smart people every day, exchanges interests, and researches market data. People who are not smart can't do this job. Moreover, Rodriguez has realized the intention of Firefly to expand its management team this time. That is because the lack of manpower has really restricted the company's development. This means that once you pass the test, you will be reused, so that the slightly better positions will not be occupied by others, and there will be too little room for advancement. In fact, when a studio expands its recruitment in a new round, it is also the easiest to build a team. Just because of the word scarcity. Rodriguez was delighted and immediately expressed his desire to start work as soon as possible. This eager attitude to work is also to Lyman's liking. In fact, when Firefly was first established, the company's work atmosphere was not very high. After the original Rodrian was annexed, some of the company's old people felt like they were just idling away their time and were too lifeless to be reused. It was not until many people were dismissed and Joseph was brought in to take over management, coupled with the company's increasingly better performance and more promising prospects, that the company became energetic. Of course, this kind of expression of appreciation is appreciation, and the necessary entry procedures must be completed. For example, in the entry regulations, in addition to stipulating the salary and the annual progressive growth space, Lyman also wrote 3 clauses that violate the dismissal clause. First, laziness and inability to do things. Second, corruption and stealing the interests of the company. If you commit this, you will not be dismissed, but at least go to jail. Third, mediocrity and dereliction of duty. If you can't do the relevant work well, you don't need to be paid. Just get out of here. Rodriguez walked with a breeze, as if he was 10 years younger. After leaving Firefly Pictures, he immediately went back to Lionsgate. As soon as he got back, he hurriedly called the bookkeepers and colleagues from Artisan that he was familiar with. Seeing 5 or 6 people gathered around, he felt satisfied. As someone who used to run business, he finally understood that he couldn't do anything without people under him, and these experienced people are likely to help him secure his position in Firefly as soon as possible. Lyman allowed him to recruit a few employees on his own and pick up his previous network of contacts as soon as possible. Networks are all created by running. In this regard, Rodriguez is still very confident. After all, he is not a newcomer in the workplace. Rodriguez adjusted his expression, neither happy nor sad, and said in a calm tone, "I just went to Firefly Pictures." Then he suppressed his excitement and continued to encourage, "They are in great need of manpower now. I'm planning to go there now. Now I have come back to handle my resignation and say goodbye to you all." Hearing this, everyone whispered to each other, and they also had some intention of following. It was nothing else. They had worked together for a long time, and Rodriguez was a person who was good at winning over subordinates, and he shared a lot of benefits on weekdays. Moreover, once he left, Lionsgate would adjust its personnel and replace the head. Even if he was appointed to a department that was not valued, who would not insert personal friends? Even if it was a document data backup, it was a job. Moreover, these days, the employment pressure is high, and not everyone can always find a job. Everyone was also smart. When they heard the boss say this, they all knew that Firefly had a chance in the past, so they all tried to make friends and report their qualifications. If they didn't go, it would be a loss for Firefly. As a result, Lionsgate's Human Resources Department suddenly received many resignation letters. Of course, there was no reason not to let him go, as he was not a core figure. In this way, a small team was quickly formed. I have to say that Rodriguez was indeed quite capable. He was not exaggerating when he said that he could start work as soon as possible. He had made some calculations. Chapter 583 Goblet of Fire. Subscribe, vote. November 21st, Monday, the Warner conference room was full of people again. Everyone knew that the meeting was about the first weekend box office of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Perhaps the newspapers could also give us a glimpse of the powerful money-making ability of this series. Today, the Hollywood Observer reported that young wizards can charm the audience with their brooms. Goblet of Fire was released on the 18th, opening on 3,650 screens, and easily won $101.4 million in box office in 3 days. Such a brilliant result shows that the popularity of young wizards in the hearts of movie fans is increasing day by day. The revenue in the first 3 days is close to the total North American box office of the previous sequel. If this trend continues, the 4th film is likely to become the highest grossing film in the series. Such a strong first weekend performance is enough to rank 3rd in film history, second only to Spider-Man and Shrek the Monsters 2. However, it is worth mentioning that the difference between the 3rd and 4th place is only 30,000, and the winning momentum is weak. Now, both films are in the November schedule, which has a great impact on the films in the same schedule. The popularity of Goblet of Fire is predictable. This time, the film is released worldwide again, except for the 6 major film companies that have the strength to contact overseas distributors in various places to unify the time and management of screening copies. Most film companies have to wait until the next week before they can gradually contact the overseas market. However, the benefits of doing so are obvious. In addition to the hot sales in North America, 5,300 screens in 19 countries around the world also mercilessly swept away $80 million, with a total score of $181.45 million in the first weekend. In the United Kingdom, the birthplace of Harry Potter, it directly took $24.6 million, breaking the local first weekend box office record in film history. After the meeting, everyone was very enthusiastic about the discussion. In any case, the hot sales of one's own projects are something to be happy about. However, a certain number mixed in the discussion of everyone instantly reduced this enthusiasm. The Lake Monster's second weekend still has $55.24 million. $55.24 million. Turning to the North American box office statistics for the second week. The second place is Lyman's film The Lake Monster, with a total cumulative revenue of $96.57 million in the second week and a box office of $55.24 million in the second weekend. A quick mental calculation will reveal that compared with the first weekend, the market decline of this movie is less than 40%. Although Warner has long been aware of the film's screening potential, the fact that it did not fall rapidly under the impact of the premiere of Goblet of Fire speaks volumes. Perhaps this movie is stronger than expected. Afterwards, senior executives from the marketing department stepped forward to answer the doubts. In terms of the viewing choices of the audience surveyed, Goblet of Fire and previous series of works are mainly teenagers, with 13 to 25 years old accounting for 52% of the age distribution of the audience, while the audience age of The Lake Monster is mostly between 25 and 33 years old. So although it has been affected to a certain extent, the screening momentum will not collapse. Moreover, Warner's promotional resources for The Lake Monster were reduced by half. Due to the distribution agreement, they did not do it completely. It was the same. Seeing that the performance of the next weekend was still more than 50 million, people would pay attention to it. In this regard, Warner was open and above board. It was clear that it wanted to support Goblet of Fire and slightly ignore The Lake Monster. Although Warner could get the film revenue from both projects, one needed to be shared, while the other could eat a lot of oil. It was needless to say how to choose. Who would have thought that due to the influence of The Lake Monster, even regular operations could maintain a good box office trend. This was also something Warner did not expect. Lyman was very angry. The first week performance of The Lake Monster could squeeze into the top 5 excellent films in North American film history. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that it had unlimited potential, but it was discriminated against in Warner. It was said that the promotional investment would be reduced, and it was reduced immediately. Warner's play had to be said to be disgusting. Lyman went there in person and wanted an explanation, but he only got excuses. Considering that the Big Six have their own film scheduling plans, non-direct descendants will be treated unfairly. In this regard, the Big Six are all birds of a feather. In the final analysis, it is Firefly's reliance on distribution channels, and the top projects are still in the hands of others, even if it does not cooperate with Warner. What about Paramount? Is Paramount very generous? Or will there be traitors in the Big Six who betray their own interests and focus on supporting others? Once there is a schedule conflict, outsiders are basically sacrificed. There are countless studios that have gone to court for this, and no one can blame anyone. The theaters are not of one mind. The Lake Monster has still increased to more than 3,000 screens and a certain share of scheduling, all because the film's performance is good enough. The theaters consider their own interests. After all, the huge North American film market cannot be eaten by Goblet of Fire alone. The movie market in November is as high as $1.5 billion. Which movie can get $1.5 billion in North America? Lyman was furious, but no matter what, Warner insisted on fulfilling the terms of the contract and did not deliberately treat or suppress it. What could he do? He ran to Firefly Pictures and saw Lemon looking through the progress report of the Prada shooting plan. He said unwillingly, "Boss, Warner said it would turn against us. Is there no way to deal with it? The solution is to strengthen the online publicity department as soon as possible. The main battlefield of publicity in the future will only be online. In a word, a good blacksmith must have his own skills. Can you always rely on outsiders? Not to mention that Warner is unwilling. If Blue Butterfly Pictures does not invest resources in its own projects, Lemon will not agree. If there is no conflict in the screening, it will be given. It is good for you, me and everyone. Win-win is the kingly way." But now the two projects are squeezed together and very threatening. It is not obvious which one will lose more if it is sacrificed. Lyman obviously knows this truth, but knowing it is one thing, and it is impossible to say that he has no idea at all when he really becomes the sacrificed party. Who would be so generous? Lyman was silent for a moment, his mind working quickly, and then he said, "Internet promotion began to explore as early as last year, but it has not become the main force. The main reason is that personal computers have not become a trend. Many fans are still accustomed to collecting film screening information from paper media or TV channels. I didn't say to completely abandon the paper media client, but we need to make a choice. Newspapers and magazines with large sales have formed a fixed group behind them. In this regard, it is completely impossible to compete with the 6 majors for the front page. Then, we need to open an outlet on the internet. This is the general trend. We can't go against it, we can only go with it. In the short term, I will follow up with those movie communities, establish public relations contacts, and explore a set of joint publicity networks suitable for Blue Butterfly Pictures," Lyman suggested. Lemon nodded in appreciation. "That's it. In the future everyone's main battlefield will be on the internet. There is no fixed interest group formed here, so there is definitely a lot of room for development." After Lyman left, Lemon looked at his watch. It was only 11 o'clock in the morning. At the same time, with the start of a new week of work, the popularity data of The Lake Monster and Goblet of Fire spread rapidly in Hollywood. Compared with Goblet of Fire, there is still a trace to follow, but the box office is slightly higher than expected. The performance of The Lake Monster in the second weekend surprised too many people. From this point of view, the movie is indeed going to hit the 300 million mark in North America, but I don't know how it will end. Can it break the box office record of Star Wars 3? Of course, the latter inference is a bit too optimistic. Lemon has no hope for this. He has even prepared himself mentally. After being the top of the box office chart for a week, he will give up his position to Goblet of Fire. After all, this series has accumulated too many fans, and it is difficult to get a ticket for the advanced screening. Teenagers can't resist the charm of the magical world. For this reason, they can wait all night, just for that movie ticket. Such momentum is too common for the Harry Potter series. Warner Brothers has gotten used to it, just like George Lucas himself didn't know that Star Wars would be so popular and become the childhood belief of a generation. The good performance of Goblet of Fire is nothing more than the 4th sequel is better than the previous 3 and more acceptable to the audience. That's all. Chapter 584 Precision Audience. Please subscribe and vote. 2 blockbusters competed, and a lot of them died. The vigorous Christmas season is still going on. The first weekend of Goblet of Fire broke the 100 million yuan mark, which also means that it has taken over the leading position of The Lake Monster. On the 22nd, Tuesday, Goblet of Fire closed at 12.26 million, and The Lake Monster won 7.84 million. On the 25th, Friday, Goblet of Fire closed at 14.23 million, and The Lake Monster won 10.82 million. 10 days after its release, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire has accumulated 211 million in North America and more than 400 million worldwide, and continues to be the weekly box office champion. Moreover, 5 new works were released this week, but the box office of the first and second place combined is more than double that of the third to 10th place combined. It has to be said that the excellent results of The Gods Fight are really beyond the reach of many new films. At a media announcement, Warner Brothers North American distribution president Sidon Feldman confidently stated that Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire will definitely land in North America at more than 300 million. So why is the rating of Goblet of Fire even higher than its predecessor? A reporter asked this question, and Sid and Feldman also gave a preliminary explanation. Indeed, with the current results, Goblet of Fire is the most supported one by the audience and fans, and this is mainly due to Warner's well-planned production and promotion plan, which is systematic. We have been targeting a core audience group from the beginning. The style of the film is to accompany a generation of teenagers to grow up, so we can also see from the actors that we are shooting with a purpose. The change in the age of the actors is also a change in the style of the film, from being more childish to gradually appearing monsters, fierce fighting and other scenes. When The Philosopher's Stone was released, the audience was about 10 years old. Now, they should be about 15 or 16 years old, and they have always been in line with the tastes of fans. Of course, the consequence of being too close to the core audience is that the gap is too fast. Once this part of the audience stops going to the theater after watching the movie, the box office will soon fall. Therefore, although the box office champion this week is undoubtedly Goblet of Fire, the decline is close to half, and the box office of $54.9 million in the second week is too different from the first week. In other words, the emergence of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire filled the market gap, which led to the amazing box office boom. Star Wars 3 was a bit desperate, Batman Begins was too gloomy, War of the Worlds was simply gloomy, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was too individual and gothic, Fantastic Four was simply a simplified version of X-Men, and The Lake Monster was not refreshing enough. From spring to winter, the entire North American film market has not had a special effects blockbuster like The Goblet of Fire that focuses on the youth market and fully meets the viewing needs of young people. As a result, The Philosopher's Stone, which started with $300 million, continued to decline in the second and third parts, $262 million and $249 million respectively. One crab was worse than the other, but it erupted in the fourth part and became the third fastest work to break $200 million in the box office market. This year, Star Wars 3 took 8 days, The Lake Monster took 10 days, and The Goblet of Fire also took 10 days. However, Warner soon discovered the persistence of The Lake Monster, because by the third week of the screening of The Goblet of Fire, the gap between the two continued to narrow. The people at Warner were no longer optimistic. At the beginning, it was a crushing trend, but now there is a stalemate. They really want to know why the box office trend of The Lake Monster is so stable. It's like a top star will emerge every 3 to 5 years, but when you look up, the market is still dominated by veteran movie stars. In terms of audience restrictions, The Goblet of Fire is more uncomfortable than The Lake Monster. It can make money from young people, but more audiences around 30 years old don't buy it. With one thing going up and the other going down, it doesn't seem so easy to talk about suppression. No matter what, Warner can't drive fans who don't like The Goblet of Fire into the theater. How to choose is still a very personal thing. In fact, it is true. In the fourth week of the release of The Lake Monster, the box office still won $32.87 million and the total box office in North America reached $260 million. After being released overseas, it also began to beat The Goblet of Fire. This time, it was The Goblet of Fire that consumed the audience market first, and The Lake Monster came later, which was more fresh to movie fans and could drive the box office. As a result, the overseas screening situation for 1 week was that The Lake Monster had a box office of more than $78 million, which was less than $50 million for The Goblet of Fire. In the North American market this week, the decline of The Lake Monster was still more than 30%, earning only $38.43 million. According to this market forecast, it will fall again next week, and the decline will not be small. In comparison, although The Lake Monster also fell by more than 30%, it did not plummet by more than half at the beginning, and it was stable, and its foundation was a little more solid than The Goblet of Fire. In terms of misery, Harry Potter is still better than the youth market. Teenagers, the firepower is sufficient, but not sustained, which is normal. Warner did not expect that before the release of the two movies, The Lake Monster had passed its peak, and its decline could be slowed down a lot. On the contrary, Goblet of Fire seems to crush everything, and other movies have humbly given up the market, but the result is insufficient stamina. Tormented December, in the last mansion in Beverly Hills. At night, Lyman lay in bed and turned over again. He couldn't sleep left and right, and woke up either. What's wrong? Eva said sleepily. I just had a strange dream. In a western village, a group of people were panning for gold in the river. Then one person was lucky enough to pick up a piece of nugget gold, which triggered a tragedy. In the dream, human life is worthless. Those who believe in rules always trample on them. The concept of good and evil dominated by desire is as cruel as yellow sand, covering everything. Indistinctly, Lemon remembered the scene when filming bad guys, the complex human nature, the choices of the characters, and finally intertwined into a big network, which made people excited. Soon, Lemon jumped out of bed, went into the study, and took a pen to write a dreamlike story. However, dreams are just random ideas with some irrelevant meanings after all, and it is not a simple matter to write a well-organized script. This is not a simulation according to the ideas in the past, but a real role underwriting of the main line. But Lemon has been in a state of inspiration, and the clear scenes visible to the naked eye are laid on the paper, slowly becoming fuller and more perfect. After the outline was finalized, Lemon felt familiar with the story. It is similar to the combination of Silent Burst and No Country for Old Men. It is more solemn than Silent Burst, and has more choices than No Country for Old Men. Maybe, I have been thinking about what to shoot in the next work before going to bed, and I dream about it at night. Lemon thought so. Although the outline was finalized, Lemon could no longer sleep after such a toss. Moreover, Lemon also planned to modify the script appropriately, based on some classic crime movies in his memory to make the plot more shocking. In the study, the rustling sound of the pen touching the paper could be heard again. Sometimes he would stop, and sometimes he would slow down. After each polishing, Lemon would stop and ponder for a while. He would write until dawn. Eva knocked on the study door with the tray in her hand, then walked in and gently placed the hot coffee and white bread aside. Seeing Lemon's focused face, she couldn't bear to interrupt. In fact, she didn't sleep well last night, but she never came to disturb him. Eva knew that he liked quietness when he was creating, and he often locked himself in the study to think about ideas alone. In the study, the most eye-catching thing was a large writing board. The writing board was densely covered with A4 papers, some of which were dialogues, some were simple scene designs, and some were character templates. All of these together were the script that Lemon was writing. He still named it No Country for Old Men. It was because Lemon liked the explanation of this word. No country for old men does not mean that people have no one to rely on when they are old, but refers to the feeling of helplessness after the past social rationality is broken, or the lawlessness after the situation is out of control. This is a story about a mature man who fails to restrain his greed, a perverted killer who seems to follow the rules, but actually only follows the rules that he can make, an old policeman who is powerless to the status quo, and an elite lawyer who wanders on the edge of morality and desire, and finally suffers the consequences. Chapter 585, No Country for Old Men, Subscriptions, Vote. Eva's side seemed to be attracted inexplicably. The layout of the story was messy, as if the owner had thought of a scene and the manuscripts were randomly posted, which made people interested in reading it. Then, she stood and read it all. She read it completely. In Eva's understanding, Lemon wanted to mix many contradictions into one story. He was very ambitious. The top mine owner was immoral. He violated the rules and wanted to hire a killer to kill people. The workers who lived on the mine lived like lambs in a pen, and they had to work hard to make a living, but their pain was unknown. So when a lucky person appeared, the boiling water situation was revealed. The lawyer who came here wanted to speak for the weak, but was bribed by the mining owner and was willing to conceal it. The sheriff was law-abiding and wanted to investigate the crime. The killer chased and killed, helping the employer to smooth things over, representing a very self-centered evil. And throughout the story, the relationship between good and evil has been changing all the time. It can be said that the complexity and intention of the plot have increased immediately. It is a good script. In terms of style, it is a B-level crime drama with several characters that are independent of each other but related to each other. After all, Lemon's reference targets mainly come from the two crime masterpieces Silent Explosion and No Country for Old Men. The refreshing and amazing feeling after watching them is a feature of both of them. Lemon mixed them and incorporated his own story framework. Of course, in this way, it feels like a very niche subject. At least, that's what Ryan thinks. He knows very well that his friend is very talented and always has all kinds of inspirations in his mind, but he can obviously shoot slightly popular mass movies such as The Mist, Bad Guys and The Lake Monster, but he always chooses the subject matter based on his preferences. Obviously, he likes freshness and doesn't want to shoot repetitive ones. Ryan, who just finished the preparations for the TV series some time ago, was just free and was caught by Lyman as a screenwriter. Although the company has a screenwriter department, Lyman feels that only Ryan can fully understand his ideas, give the most appropriate story background and character dialogue, and add words to the plot promotion of the plot, which makes it more fluent. Lyman sorted out his thoughts and said, similar to Bad Guys, I want to use a non-linear narrative mode to show all the characters in a unified way, so that it is expressive enough and leaves a certain impression on the audience. Taking out the setting outline and character template, Lyman spent more than half an hour to talk in detail, explaining the creative ideas and the script version he wanted to see in detail. Ryan could see that Lyman liked this story very much and felt very accomplished, otherwise he would not be so passionate. He was so passionate that he came to his place in the middle of the night and did not plan to go back. He wanted to stay overnight. Ryan did not mind staying overnight. Anyway, this place was a property he and Lyman bought in Beverly Hills, and their homes were not far away. Thomas usually stayed here when he had nothing to do. However, Lyman just rang the doorbell, and he looked so impetuous that those who did not know would think that he was being abused by Eva, and ran to his place to take refuge. Moreover, this script sounded difficult to write. There are many characters, and they must be outstanding, which will definitely test coordination. Although Lyman said it simply, what non-linear narrative is interspersed to explain the characters? The story must be logical, and it cannot be chaotic, and lose the main and secondary. But damn, group drama is the easiest to unbalance the roles, and it is not pleasing to both ends. Ryan really felt that Lyman felt that he was free and couldn't bear to see that he was about to spend a happy and relaxing vacation, so he found something difficult for him to do. It's simply too challenging. Of course, No Country for Old Men is the most satisfying work of the Coen brothers, and the gloom of Silent Explosion and the texture sublimation of director Keeson's Blood Simple are all representative works of their respective directorial careers. It is also difficult for Lyman to integrate his own style. But making a movie without challenges, purely for making money, how uncomfortable it is. If that's the case, always playing with commercial element, shooting whatever is popular, and blindly following the trend, Lyman asked himself that he couldn't do it. Occasionally, you also need to willfully adjust yourself to satisfy yourself. This work is like this. Then, Ryan felt a sour feeling inexplicably. However, he has become accustomed to following Lyman's wishes and cooperating with him on project scripts. Over the years, no matter how much he complained or how worried he was about his hair falling out, Ryan always managed to complete it meticulously. In this process, he also felt a sense of accomplishment. The feeling of being liked by the audience and appreciated by fans is not bad at all. Deep down, who doesn't want to be in the spotlight? However, compared with actors, directors, and screenwriters are more like personal appreciation behind the scenes, the kind of aftertaste at midnight. As Lyman was talking, he suddenly coughed a few times and his throat became dry. Why, do you want a drink of water? His train of thought was interrupted. While sorting out what he had learned and understanding the meaning of the script, Ryan took a cup and poured a glass of water. Lyman drank it all in one gulp and became talkative again. Let's go to the study and talk slowly. He pulled Ryan over, put his arm around his shoulder, and walked towards the study with interest. Shit, why does it feel like your house? Ryan wanted to complain again. Oh my god, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The temperature difference between day and night in Los Angeles in early December is not small, and it is a little chilly, even if you wear clothes. However, it is still more suitable than the temperature in many areas, and it is not as cold as a dog. It will not drive people crazy. In the study, under the dim yellow light, Lyman and Ryan were talking to each other in the early hours of the morning, gradually outlining the details of the script. Sometimes when you are tired, you can eat some cakes, mixed with hot coffee, and continue to tap the dry river of inspiration, digging out various mistakes or scenes that are not interesting enough. I don't know how long it took. Lemon looked at the preliminary list of character dialogues, analyzed the lines corresponding to the character's personality, and made sure that it was in line with the character setting, before leaning back heavily on the chair. It was like the weakness after the passion. Very tired. "What time is it?" Lemon asked suddenly. Ryan was still sorting out the final version. He didn't even raise his head when he heard it, and answered casually, "It's not daytime yet. What do you want to do?" Although there was still some time before dawn, Lemon wanted to ask Thomas to help him contact CAA for an audition schedule. In the big studio era, artists were signed to the studio and could be used at will. But now, there is an additional agency business that is very human, but not very friendly to the studio. Not only do the actors need to arrange their schedules, but the behind the scenes team and even the director have their own things to do. Without prior notice, the required staff may not be available. The so-called fight for the interests of artists and protect their rights and interests have become another huge monster in Hollywood. The cost of production has risen sharply. In the past, how could actors participate in the box office share? They were all paid a little money and the filming was over, with no follow-up at all. Although agencies such as CAA seem to rely on the film and television projects of the studio to survive and bring out star actors, they have actually become independent entities, and their transcendent status is no different from that of theaters and distributors. Anyway, they are indispensable to the studio. The original Paramount Act seemed to cut off a monopoly group, but in fact it released more interest groups. However, Hollywood did rely on this rule to enter the system and speak out around the world. Lemon, who was already within this rule, had no interest in breaking it. After all, CAA had helped him enough. Without CAA, how could he have the energy to deal with all the trivial matters? Thomas lived in a high-end apartment near Santa Monica. The house price was very expensive, but for the salary he was earning from several clients, both Eva and Lemon could afford it. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang. Thomas sat up from the bed abruptly, without wearing shoes, and stepped on the ground barefoot, and answered the phone. Thomas dared not slack off for the director who had given him his current status. Sure enough, the other party gave him another task. He was asked to make a table of all types of male actors in Hollywood, excluding the first-line ones, and especially focusing on those with good acting skills. The budget of No Country for Old Men could not be too high. Lemon had the desire to shoot, and he didn't want to make a lot of money, but it didn't mean he would lose money. Niche themes also have their own charm. Chapter 586 Standard Subscriptions. Votes required. The original version of No Country for Old Men only cost $25 million to shoot, and with Lemon's current status, no one would think there would be any problem, even if he wanted to shoot a big production of over $100 million. But No Country for Old Men can't spend that much money, especially the actors can't be too famous, so as to cover up the story of the movie itself. This alone limits the cost of shooting. Firefly Pictures, In the Office. Thomas. There are 5 main roles in this movie, all of which require experienced and powerful actors. The role settings are here. You can take a look at the preliminary screening. Thomas rushed over after receiving the call early in the morning. At this moment, looking at the first version of the script, he understood what kind of story the new project was, and couldn't help thinking, this should be a movie that can win awards if it is well made, so the actors selected will not be popular. Knowing this, Thomas knew how to complete the task. You know, popular traffic plus powerful actors are already the standard lineup of Hollywood, which is not only convenient for publicity to attract fans, but also can guarantee the quality of performance. Now Lemon is clearly going to sacrifice some commerciality and improve the performance, which shows his choice tendency. Thomas got the task and drove all the way to CAA. Which of these colleagues in the same business doesn't have a sharp eye? Seeing Thomas hurriedly mobilizing the actor files and asking people to classify them according to age and professional qualifications, they guessed that there was a chance. Someone asked tentatively, "Director Lemon has a new work." The director's casting usually starts with the agency. If there is a filming task, everyone knows it internally. However, Firefly Pictures has not released the news to the outside world. The reason is that Lyman has some candidates in mind and is very satisfied with them, so there is no need for large-scale auditions. However, if you want to make a classic black crime movie a year in advance, in case some people's schedules cannot be coordinated, or because of a series of other uncertain factors, you may not be able to find the original team you want most. Therefore, let Thomas screen them first, and keep them as a backup. In fact, there is nothing to hide about this matter. Thomas's own work focus has been completely on leveraging opportunities to expand his network, or on the studio side, and he rarely cares about new actors. There is only one person under his command, Eva, who needs to be careful, and he doesn't have to worry too much. The casting of Lyman's new film is an opportunity that only other agents need. None of his subordinates are talented male actors. So, he casually explained the type of actors needed for the film. Everyone was skeptical about Thomas's appearance, but they still tried their best to recommend their clients. For them, they don't have a big director under them, and they can't help the actors to extract salaries, but go directly to the studio to work. After all, agents like Thomas can no longer be considered simple agents. Just like Pitt and his agent partnered to establish Plan B Pictures, there are other ways to fight for it. Regarding this matter, Thomas did not hesitate, shook his head and said bluntly, "Although the job was entrusted to me, I have no decision-making power. Everything is still decided by director Lyman." Having said that, everyone's enthusiasm remained unabated. No matter how you look at it, there is no loss in trying to fight for it. Maybe their own clients will be included in the screening list and be valued. Among all kinds of friendships, some who have worked with Thomas before can't help but show a little envy. Some are jealous that Thomas is doing so well now. Lyman was not able to prepare for No Country for Old Men steadily and steadily. First, Prada was going to move to Paris for location shooting. Blake asked someone to bring the new shooting progress to approve the next budget. Later, Paramount also sent someone to urge him, mainly for Mr. and Mrs. Smith. The filming of this movie was completed in mid-August, and it took 2 months to do post-production in the middle, just in time for the Christmas season. When the movie was completed, Shirley Lansing held an internal preview. After watching it, the director of the distribution department vowed that the movie definitely had the potential to be a hot seller. Although Shirley Lansing did not understand production, she understood the market very well. She knew that, even if a movie was excellent, if it wanted to become a hit in the theater, publicity and schedule were two crucial factors. On the one hand, after the preview, Paramount had a bottom line in mind, and there was still a month and a half before the Christmas season, which happened to be a large market audience base and suitable for harvesting box office. It was initially selected with the theater chain to be released on December 9th, and enough screens were mobilized. But who would have thought that, in order to avoid the hot screening period of Goblet of Fire and the Lake Monster, Mr. and Mrs. Smith had to collide with Disney's blockbuster The Magic Kingdom of Narnia. It didn't matter if they collided, and everyone fought with real swords and guns, and it was all based on strength. Paramount didn't feel guilty, but the Lake Monster and Goblet of Fire seemed to have spare energy to compete for the market. This became a hidden danger. There are only so many audiences, and The Magic Kingdom of Narnia is a headache, but there are 2 movies that are still stable. To this day, Goblet of Fire can still take more than 20 million per week, and The Lake Monster is slightly less, but it also has 1,700 or 1,800. This means that Paramount has to compete with another blockbuster in the market out of thin air. This kind of box office pressure can be imagined. The key is that Mr. and Mrs. Smith is still an original script, and there is no traffic from book fans. It is not as popular as the Magic Kingdom of Narnia series of books that are deeply loved by North American audiences, and naturally has a fan base. As a result, Paramount could no longer sit still. The confidence after the preview was also tinged with a bit of fear. They were very worried that after the release of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, not only would they not be able to seize the market share, but they would become cannon fodder and leave the market in disgrace. Although the total box office revenue per week during the Christmas season is always over 200 million, this 200 million is really not much when it is spread over more than 10 movies that are released one after another. So, who eats the meat? who drinks the soup, and who can't even get the dregs must be considered. This is also to emphasize the importance of the schedule again, and it is also why many blockbusters like to be squeezed into the two time periods of summer and Christmas. If it is the off-season, it would be good if the weekly box office total can reach 70 or 80 million. It is simply unable to afford the survival of two hot blockbusters. In the meeting room of Paramount headquarters in Hollywood, a group of executives are nervously discussing the response plan, and Lyman, who was urged to attend, had to attend. Although, he felt that this worry was completely overconcerned, and did not believe in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. You know, the original version, sandwiched between three blockbuster movies, Batman Begins, Star Wars 3 and World War, relied on the novel and contrasting portrayal of the husband-wife relationship and a series of scene jokes to directly win more than 180 million in North America, 291 million overseas, and 478 million in the global box office. Now, the choice of schedule is much better than the summer. Although the two leading actors are less topical than Pitt and Angelina, the plot is not inferior. Even if there will not be as good results as in the past, isn't 300 million global a small goal? Lyman sat aside and listened patiently to everyone's analysis. It was vaguely known that Paramount was not strong enough and seemed to want to shrink, reduce resource investment, and minimize risks. Anyway, wait until the results of the first weekend of the movie come out before making adjustments. Based on market feedback, Lyman heard the concerns of the senior executives of the distribution department, and doubt suddenly arose in his heart. No way. The movie has been scheduled. Is it going to be postponed? Isn't that admitting defeat and making a fool of yourself? Wouldn't it be a slap in the face to hesitate at this time? Fortunately, Shirley Lansing is still responsible. She has always been willing to gamble without even needing Lyman's hint. Instead of regretting at this time, it is better to boldly give it a try. If you win, everything is fine. If you lose, can it be more miserable than ending up in disgrace? Raystone is not satisfied with Paramount's performance, and the addition of DreamWorks will take some time to run in. In terms of production, Paramount is still in a difficult situation. Moreover, if there are no good results at the end of the year, I don't know how to write it in the quarterly report. Can those shareholders have no opinions? Shirley Lansing has long been forced into a desperate situation. Whether it is deciding to acquire DreamWorks or cooperating with Mr. and Mrs. Smith, it is all self-help, hoping that the box office of Paramount's film projects can be a little better. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587. No matter how much loss you suffer, you cannot accept it. Please subscribe and vote. The media has begun to ridicule us for the release schedule of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. If we don't release it on the scheduled schedule, it will definitely give people a signal that they have no confidence in the quality of the film, which is the most dangerous. Once moviegoers label Mr. and Mrs. Smith as a bad movie, we will really lose. I agree with Wright, but in terms of publicity and promotion, is the initial investment of 15 million too much? I think it would be safer to use 7 or 8 million to test the waters first. According to the current situation, it will be difficult to attract the audience's attention if we don't stir up the topic and overshadow the news of the release of Goblet of Fire and the Lake Monster. Oh, Director Lyman, this is just a discussion. In front of Lyman, it was indeed a bit too much to say that the Lake Monster should be restricted. However, Lyman didn't mind. The Lake Monster has indeed entered the end of its release. Even if Paramount is still worried about ups and downs, Lyman concluded from the latest market statistics that the upper limit of the film is 300 million in North America, and it is impossible to go further. So, what does it matter if you are against it or not? Anyway, the total North American box office of the movie has reached 27.76 million, and the remaining 1 or 2 million will be screened for 2 or 3 weeks. Even if it is reduced to only 300 or so, in order to make room for the screen, the attendance rate has dropped to 20%. Under the general trend, breaking 300 million is still not a problem. So, in order to ensure the interests of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, even if the box office of 1 or 2 million is sacrificed, as long as the total amount is still a large profit, what does it matter? Limit it. Everyone discussed it for more than an hour. Shirley Lansing pondered for a moment and suddenly asked Lemon, "Mr. Last, what do you think?" "I'm very confident in the movie. As I said, the minimum is 300 million worldwide." A supervisor smiled and said, "Yes, Director Lemon never lacks confidence." Shirley Lansing thought for a while. She felt that, even if there was number 300 million, there was 250 million worldwide, and it could be recovered by box office, and then it would be good to make a profit offline. Moreover, what we need to do now is not to discuss right and wrong, or postpone the screening. After all, Paramount and Firefly are partners in the Mr. and Mrs. Smith project, and they are all on the same boat. Will it really win 300 million in the competition of the Magic Kingdom of Narnia? Shirley Lansing thought about it. However, she felt that with Paramount's channels as a strong backing for the film, there was nothing to be afraid of. Prepare $20 million immediately to promote Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Don't mention reducing risks anymore. If we lose money, we can't afford any loss. Instead of this, we might as well hope that the film can really harvest the market smoothly. Next, unify the external caliber and hype the two leading actors with all their might. Say that the two Bonds fell in love with the same woman because of the play. What kind of charm does Catherine Zeta-Jones have? Tell their agents to let the two cooperate and perform ambiguity in public. Sean Connery also worked with Catherine in Entrapment, and at that time, it was also a scandal offensive. Well, it is undeniable that the melon-eating masses all over the world love to see gossip, such as falling in love because of the play and being cuckolded. It is always something that can be heard and heard, even if it will always be clarified afterwards. Well, they are just friends who admire each other. But you know what? This trick always works. Listening to it, Lemon felt that it was a replica of the publicity of Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, except that the two really had an affair. After it was exposed, they were scolded by many passers-by, and finally they were inexplicably whitewashed and became Blessing fans. Zizzy, what a routine. Shirley Lansing was still talking. Since she had made a decision, she didn't like to drag it out repeatedly. Immediately contact Fox TV and NBC to broadcast the two versions of the film in batches. We have only one goal in the near future, that is, the publicity of Mr. and Mrs. Smith can let the mainstream audience know that there will be such a movie on the 9th. Paramount Pictures was solemn. Shirley Lansing's series of measures were basically to compete with several movies. No matter how it was discussed before, once it was determined, no one would refute it. Each department performed its duties and took action one after another. Perhaps everyone also understood that the pressure from the board of directors had made this executive take any opportunity to let go and try to use the results to continue to save his position and supreme authority in Paramount. Anyway, the resources have been invested and the direction of the publicity has been determined. It is either a loss or a profit. There is no third way. What is a little reassuring is that if the schedule is not too stressful, the company's senior executives feel that Mr. and Mrs. Smith is a commercial masterpiece. On the 9th, it was finally time to face the test. On this day, the red carpet was enchanting, and the lights were shining. In the middle, except for the host's cooperation in asking Catherine, there was nothing worth mentioning about some recent discussions in the media. The premiere is very stereotyped, all for the sake of attracting attention and continuing to build momentum. However, the only thing that made the director Tony Gilroy of this work a little embarrassed was that a group of actors or studio executives who came to support the film expressed their recognition and applauded after the film. Obviously, these people do not believe that the relatively mature commercial comedy Mr. and Mrs. Smith will be shot by a director who has never achieved any results. At most, it is just a filming machine. Although, the latter conclusion seems to be correct. Lemon participated in the formulation of the script and the shooting ideas, and Tony did execute it according to the plan. But if I really saw this scene, it would be a lie to say that I didn't feel bitter. After all, I also put in a lot of effort, but in the end I didn't even have the chance to be recognized. Tony sighed secretly. However, this path was chosen by himself, so he couldn't help but laugh at himself. After the premiere, Lyman also walked at Tony with some embarrassment and said, "I'm sorry." Tony felt warm in his heart and smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay, I'll prove it to them later." Yes, as long as the movie is successful, there will be opportunities to continue directing. Seeing that Tony could think it through, Lyman also said consolingly, "Just now, being surrounded by a group of people celebrating and socializing was boring for him." Tony had been cooperating with the publicity for some time, and now he asked, "How many screens did Paramount promise to provide for the movie?" "Don't worry, it will not be less than 2,700. They will concentrate their resources to promote the movie with all their strength. This is related to their own interests." Tony's eyes lit up, and suddenly he felt that being ignored was not so unacceptable. As long as the box office of the movie is good, flattery can always be obtained in Hollywood. In front of the ticket window of movie theater in downtown New York City, people who celebrate Christmas lined up in a long queue. Watching movies together is always a reserved activity for many American families. "Are there any suitable comedy movies recently?" asked a father generation audience. The ticket seller replied, "I think there is one that will be suitable. Here, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which was just released today." The person asking the question followed the ticket seller's line of sight and saw the poster of the movie. In the picture, Catherine leaned back and reached for the pistol in the holster. It looked like an action movie more than a comedy, but the genre marked on the poster did have comedy element. In this regard, it is always true. So, the man happily bought 3 tickets for Mr. and Mrs. Smith and walked into the theater with his wife and children. Among the 3 people, only the child sitting in the middle was eating popcorn happily. The theater was also noisy, and there were sounds of laughter and play from time to time. Soon, the movie started. As soon as it appeared, it was the trivialities of the family. A middle-aged man went to see a doctor, saying that his life was too quiet, and he was so depressed that he couldn't breathe, and he felt that his marriage was like a grave. The plain opening passed quickly, and then the couple began to be attacked by the killer for no reason, and the two looked different while dealing with it. As the plot developed, the identities of the two were exposed, and because of the new missions they received, they were to assassinate each other. The pride of the Smiths as veteran killers and their compliance with professional ethics made the assassination operations escalate step by step, and new passion was generated in their lives. Seeing the masks that were once honest and reliable being torn off, the two people's relationship became more interesting. They quarreled, and they casually fired weapons at each other, and they looked like they were going to blow up the house, which was also a lot of jokes. The part where they were honest with each other made the audience unable to stop. "The dishes you cook are really bad. The curtains you bought are really ugly. Actually, I was married once. I didn't graduate from MIT either for a while." The theater was full of laughter. Chapter 588, Neither Up Nor Down. Please subscribe and vote. December 12th, Monday. The North American box office chart changed again. The first place was The Magic Kingdom of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, released by Buena Vista Pictures, with a cumulative box office of $65.55 million in 3 days. Of course, the change of this list did not surprise many people in the industry, but was somewhat unexpected. After all, the Chronicles of Narnia series is a magnificent masterpiece that came out at the same time as The Lord of the Rings, but the box office of the premiere seemed to be a little far behind. However, although The Lord of the Rings is positioned as magical literature, those who have read the original will be touched by Tolkien's large number of psychological descriptions of scenery and the hardcore writing style that is close to traditional literature. Therefore, the Lord of the Rings series has established its high-end and atmospheric text tone from the beginning, and the two are essentially different. The later Harry Potter series starts with the style of children and young people, and in comparison, it seems to be more young than the Chronicles of Narnia. From this point of view, the Chronicles of Narnia is actually in a very embarrassing situation. It is not as high-end as the Lord of the Rings, and not as young as Harry Potter. The audience is completely locked by the two. Therefore, although there is still money to be made after the adaptation and the market launch, it is indeed the top of the list without any suspense, but compared with the two adaptations of the same magical type, it is a little bit worse. You know, it is common for Harry Potter to break 100 million in the first week, and The Lord of the Rings is a failure if the word of mouth does not explode, but this The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe has not surpassed either. Whether it is word of mouth, audience reaction or even market performance. Of course, the first weekend box office of more than $65.55 million cannot be said to be very bad. At least in this December, when the movie is being shown, no one can match it for the time being. The second place Mr. and Mrs. Smith won $50.21 million, which also made Paramount breathe a sigh of relief. It attracted the attention of industry insiders. In just 3 days, on the 9th, 10th, and 11th, Mr. and Mrs. Smith basically showed an upward box office curve. Although it could not beat the magical masterpiece The Chronicles of Narnia, and was always slightly lower, it also left the third-ranked The Family Stone far behind. As for Goblet of Fire and The Lake Monster, they continued to maintain a downward trend, and were very stable. With a box office of more than $50 million in the first weekend, it basically announced that it would be very easy for Mr. and Mrs. Smith to break $100 million in North America. Of course, although the box office in the first weekend can be used as an important reference target for the final box office, it is not absolute. For example, the reputation of some first-line blockbusters plummeted among the audience, and after watching them, they felt that the ticket price was not worth it. This is also a situation. But Mr. and Mrs. Smith does not have such hidden dangers. The reason for this is that, on the one hand, Mr. and Mrs. Smith has already established a firm foothold. Even when the competition in the American film market was the most intense during the Christmas season, it still achieved fairly impressive results, which shows that the type of movie is very pleasing. On the other hand, the contrasting interpretation of the family and husband and wife relationship is fresh to the audience, and the attendance rate is also good. New York Magazine reported that Mr. and Mrs. Smith is a movie that constantly creates jokes and does not reduce suspense. The Washington Post said that in the film's somewhat exaggerated and fierce fights, one can read the metaphor of modern marriage. The San Francisco Chronicle criticized that, although it looks smooth overall, it is full of madness and pretentiousness. There is no other description, except these two words. The popularity of Narnia Magic Kingdom does not seem to have much impact on Mr. and Mrs. Smith. In the next week's screening market, the audience still has their own choices. Those who like magic with a little childishness and those who like comedy and want to have fun are not in conflict. Then time came to December 14th. Universal's blockbuster King Kong was released and dedicated the famous scene of shooting up the plane on the Empire State Building. When the giant gorilla looked at Naomi Watts, the scene of deep affection, combined with the feat of shooting the plane, it has to be said that it is another brilliant version of Beauty and the Beast. The drama and viewing of the movie are also above the standard. However, perhaps because of the quality of the Lord of the Rings series, Peter Jackson's new work King Kong has not received high word-of-mouth reviews, and most of them are ridiculed. After the premiere, Philadelphia Weekly said without hesitation, the movie seems to want to pay tribute to the classic combination of Beauty and the Beast, but in fact, after watching it, you will find that this is just a self-expansion of director Jackson. After he lost his way, the old face has been replaced with a new one, but the movie is not elegant enough. It can be seen that this movie can only be called an efficient and energy-saving entertainment collection. Director Jackson seems to have spent a lot of energy on the adaptation, but in the end it is out of his control. The New Yorker: the special effects are good, but the plot is not good. It is forced together. The Seattle Post-Intelligencer: sometimes starting too high is also a mistake, because it will make others have too high expectations of you. And if this expectation is too high and it fails to meet expectations, there will be more resentment under disappointment. Strictly speaking, King Kong is not bad. If the director is a second or third tier director, the public may be tolerant, encouraging, and appreciative of him. However, the director is Peter Jackson, who has just achieved great success with the Lord of the Rings trilogy. This means that this commercial work, which can only be said to be around the passing line, is destined to become less outstanding. Moreover, this work is a monster classic that Universal invested $200 million to turn around. After Legendary Pictures lost the Warner project, it invested in Universal and started a joint venture to make a film. On the first day of the release, North American theater operators provided 3,568 theater screens for the opening, which can be said to be a big deal. But what was the result? The box office was really disappointing, and it only earned more than 9.8 million on Wednesday. It stands to reason that with such a high investment, Universal is promoting it with all its strength, and the overwhelming publicity campaign before the release plus the trust of the theaters. How could it fail? This also shows that it is a terrible thing that the result does not meet expectations, and the length of nearly 3 hours is also a nightmare for watching movies. Among the blockbusters released on Wednesdays in recent years, this result can only rank 24th in the history of box office revenue, which is really shabby compared to the investment of 200 million. Universal has no choice but to support it. After King Kong failed on the first day, Universal CEO Bob Bright publicly expressed some opinions, saying that the company is still full of expectations for the prospects of the film, and cited the equally slow-burning Titanic as an example, saying that as the screening cycle progresses, it can also maintain its long-lasting performance. You must know that Titanic only made $28.6 million in its first week, which is not as good as King Kong. But the problem is that times have changed, sir. The performance of King Kong is not as heavy as King Kong, which is very inconsistent. If you hold a long-term screening, won't it die faster? As a result, King Kong, which debuted for 5 days and spent the first weekend, only got 66 million box office in North America, which was higher than the Magic Kingdom of Narnia, which was not at its peak, and barely won the weekly box office champion. Compared with other first-line blockbusters, this is an unexpectedly low-key and mediocre start. What makes Universal even more heartbroken is that Peter Jackson's directing fee for King Kong is as high as $20 million. If the total score in North America is still less than 200 million, it means that the loss can be calculated. Even if the global box office may be high, it is difficult to make back the investment, as long as it is not outrageously high. Moreover, Disney is also depressed. Good movies are afraid of encountering strong opponents. The Magic Kingdom of Narnia has just dominated the theaters, but it was driven out by King Kong, and then Mr. and Mrs. Smith chased it fiercely. If you are not careful, you will be overtaken. In short, the competition is even more fierce in the latter part of the Christmas season. In addition, a number of Oscar-winning movies are released one after another. Although the number of screens is not large, and they are small scale, they are big enough to show their momentum and always find highlights for publicity. Whether it is the luxurious cast of The House of Stone, neutral actress Diane Keaton, single noble Sarah Jessica Parker, they are attractive enough to certain fans. And there is also Brokeback Mountain. After 3 years of hard work, this is a masterpiece directed by Lyman, after he came out of the trough. The subject matter is sensitive enough that it sparked passionate discussions among film critics as soon as it was screened. The film's future is limitless. Together with Singing With You and Oil Lovers in November, all the films competing for the Oscars this year are quite competitive. Chapter 589 The First Actor. Please subscribe and vote. Hull in a high-end apartment. Heath Ledger worked out in the room for more than half an hour, and then he ran to take a shower and have breakfast when he was sweating profusely. Just as he was about to look at the script to see if there was any audition invitation for a role suitable for him, his agent called to inform him of a news about a movie. Yes, there is really no one more suitable than him for the lawyer role added to No Country for Old Men. Because Heath Ledger has a high understanding of roles and the ability to interpret scripts, this is the acting talent that an actor needs. In other words, God has given him a job. In the past 2 years, Heath Ledger has been polishing in the independent niche film circle. There is no other reason, but the opportunity is rare. A young, not handsome, and Australian actor, the opportunity to perform is far from many. So much so that Heath Ledger was naturally very tempted by Lyman's invitation again, because he knew that participating in this work would give him room to play, which is both enjoyable and a boost to his career. Standing in front of the dressing mirror, Heath Ledger put on a leather jacket, used hair wax to fiddle with his hair to fix it, and only got into his agent's car to go out after feeling good. On the other hand, just as Mr. and Mrs. Smith was struggling to climb towards the 200 million mark in North America and the cumulative overseas box office had exceeded 100 million, The Lake Monster was officially released in North America. The production of this project, which cost more than $72 million in publicity and investment, achieved an impressive result of nearly $300 million in North America alone, almost declaring that it could be among the top 3 in the North American annual list in 2005. As for Goblet of Fire, it happened that the subsequent decline was too fast, and the final point was more than $291.7 million. The total box office in North America was slightly lower than that of The Lake Monster by $1 million. However, this work has too many fans overseas, and the total global box office is higher, earning $892 million, which is much more than the $725 million of The Lake Monster. This also proves once again that the sequel movie has a strong ability to attract money after accumulating momentum. Considering the distribution agreement signed with Warner, the cinema will first share $326.25 million of this box office. Warner will extract more than $53 million in remuneration plus more than $16 million in publicity expenses. Both parties will bear together, as well as various tax transactions. As the only producer, Firefly Pictures still has about $243 million in box office revenue. Then deduct the film production costs, actor box office incentive bonuses and behind the scenes expenses. The box office profit should be $223 million. If the distribution of the producer's interests in offline and copyright promotion is taken into account, a blockbuster commercial film can at least bring the company about $400 million in dividends. Of course, this money will not be paid back for 2 or 3 years. The estimated amount of funds received in the front account is $200 million, which is the acceptable range of profit sharing. However, this is enough to make Man Media happy. When Heath Ledger came to the Firefly building, he saw such a staff style. With a smile on his face, he worked with passion. While he was sighing, Lemon also met with Heath Ledger. He handed him the script, and he couldn't wait to read it. Lemon told him his thoughts on the role. Lawyer Lucas is an intellectual who has received an elite education under universal values. He believes that his knowledge can bring him a good life. But he is not just, and he often plays with words when defending his employer, to reduce his employer's sentence or escape legal punishment. You can imagine that he is a very gentle egoist. Of course, selfishness is not wrong, and it is not shameful to use legal weapons to gain wealth. A knowledgeable person knows how to use the rules better than an uneducated person, and Lucas is very good at using the rules. But one day, the rules were broken. A very bad murder occurred in a mine. The deceased was stabbed in the neck with a knife and the body was abandoned in the mine. The mine owner did not want to be discovered that he did not follow the rules and mined without procedures, so he found a lawyer to help him find a solution. The lawyer was worth his price. After Lucas came to this remote northwest place, he quickly contacted the police to actively solve the case and divert attention from the illegal operation of the mine. And the mine owner is not a kind person. He sent someone to kill the miner who died in order to prevent him from escaping. The reason for the death was that he found a nugget of gold and thought he had made a fortune and didn't need to stay here. In the office, Lemon explained the beginning of the script in detail and then said, Lucas is a character who is a bit hypocritical and wears a mask. He likes to exchange knowledge for wealth and doesn't care about ill-gotten gains. So he conspired with the mine owner to do everything. For this role, I need this effect. Do you understand what I mean? A gentleman scum, right? Hearing this answer, Ryan, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Looking at Lemon, who was also satisfied, he was secretly impressed. As for Heath Ledger, he was even more satisfied with the role. The more challenging the role, the more he likes it. Since his debut, Lemon has provided most of the roles that have the opportunity to play in movies with enough space. Speaking of which, even if they haven't seen each other for more than a year, they are not strangers. This is an unspeakable tacit understanding. Okay, try the role. Lemon walked aside, and Heath Ledger closed his eyes and brewed his emotions. In fact, the mood swings of Lucas' character are not big. He always serves himself and uses all available means to live a better life and enjoy life more. Looking up again, Heath Ledger stood up, and a very polite smile gradually appeared on his face. His tone was slightly flattering. Sir, do you have any questions that I can answer for you? That kind of smile was very professional, but his eyes were sharp. Lemon glanced at Ryan, How do you feel? Ryan raised his eyebrows. It's tailor-made, isn't it? Okay. Lemon said to Heath Ledger, who was thinking about the role. Take the script back and read it more, and remember to notify your agent to come and sign the contract. If there is nothing else, the movie will start in February next year. Heath Ledger left with satisfaction. Lemon was also very satisfied. When he wrote this role, he had in mind the image of Heath Ledger. As expected, he has the temperament of a gentleman. He is sunny enough, but not handsome enough, and there is always a gloom under his face. Moreover, Heath Ledger's salary is affordable enough compared to his strength, because Heath Ledger is not suitable for the route of the big male protagonist, so it is difficult for him to increase his value. In other words, he is not traffic enough, cannot be traffic, and he has no intention of traffic, so Hollywood will not let him be a commercial actor. Indeed, Heath Ledger is limited in this aspect, and it is difficult for him to stand out. But nothing is absolute in the world. If he plays an alternative role on the screen that is not considered mainstream, he can also burst out with great charm. He will wait until the Hollywood pattern that belongs to him. After all, the production and shooting of the Batman project is already in the hands of Firefly, and they have a certain initiative. Although the profitability of the Batman Begins project has made Warner very tempted, it has always wanted to renegotiate and seize Firefly's profits from the film series. But Lemon never gave up. After all, this was what they deserved, and Firefly was not greedy. As for Nolan, he was now obsessed with the prestige, to practice his own film style, which was basically paving the way for The Dark Knight. Of course, Nolan has not yet confirmed the script for the second part, and the subversion of the image of the Joker has not even begun. However, if you just give him a hint, Nolan will agree. After all, the second Batman is the one with the strongest personal imprint of Nolan. He is no longer satisfied with reproducing the scenes in the comics, but reads the comics to form the dark city of Gotham that he wants, to shape the worldview he wants, and the villains that serve the plot. On the second day, Heath Ledger's salary had been determined. Lucas is an important male supporting actor in the movie, theoretically the third protagonist, with relatively more scenes. After a negotiation, it was actually only $4.2 million that was determined. Then, Lemon was preparing to continue casting for the movie, and Zack Snyder came to him with a movie plan. Yes, after trip to New York, director Zack also has new ideas. Chapter 590. 300 Spartan subscriptions, votes. The news that Mr. and Mrs. Smith has grossed over 200 million worldwide has filled Firefly Pictures with a festive atmosphere. After all, the movie is a big hit, and Lemon is not stingy in taking out a portion of the box office profits as a bonus for the behind-the-scenes production. This is the case with every movie, and everyone will be more passionate about their work when they see the bonuses in their hands. And it was under such circumstances that Zack Snyder came. December 26th, around 9 in the morning. Zack Snyder was carrying a shoulder bag, smiled at the girl at the company's front desk, and then went upstairs and knocked on the door of Lemon's office. Come in. Lemon's voice came from inside. Hi, Zack. Lemon looked at the person who came and asked with a smile, are there any new projects? Well, I have some ideas. Zack Snyder replied quickly. In fact, if there was nothing to do, these cooperating directors would not often come to Firefly Pictures. Zack Snyder put down his shoulder bag, took out a notebook from it, and handed it to Lemon. This is something I've been thinking about recently, Zack Snyder said carefully. I like this comic very much, and have wanted to bring it to the big screen for a long time. 300? As soon as he opened the book, Lemon knew which project it was. In the future, Zack Snyder will enjoy the reputation of special effects control in Hollywood, because he can make bloody violence as elegant and gorgeous as ballet. The heavy ink and color style on the screen, which is often evaluated by later generations as oil painting like movie shots, is his most personal feature. In the original Time and Space, Zack Snyder took a break for a while, after filming Dawn of the Dead, and then saw the colorful Sin City in the cinema. The film's surprisingly black and white comic composition prompted him to make up his mind to make a work with a unique visual style. Finally, he chose another well-known comic book, 300 by Frank Miller. Lemon was still sighing that this guy's bad taste seemed to remain consistent, but he saw Zack Snyder was still happily talking about his idea of adapting 300. Suddenly, he mentioned again, "Mr. Last, didn't you acquire a special effects company? I wonder if they can give priority to this project. I think that special effects can be combined with war scenes, and the visual sense will definitely shock the audience. As long as you nod, I will go to the author again immediately." "Wait," Lemon asked in confusion. "The original author Frank Miller hasn't authorized you yet?" Zack smiled brightly. He said he didn't see that I had the talent to direct his comics. I was thinking of shooting a few shots and then convincing him. But first of all, there must be a foundation for the project. Well, the foundation for the project is of course funding. If no one invests money, you can't shoot, even if you get the authorization. Lemon nodded to show his understanding. Then he said, "This is a good idea. The company is willing to invest. However, how much budget do you plan to use to bring your comic adaptation movie to the screen?" "At least 65 million. Zack obviously thought about the budget issue in detail and quickly replied, "The movie has many expensive war scenes, and a lot of special effects work is needed to render the pictures. These expenses are not small and cannot be saved." "I see. Then how should your studio share and director's salary be calculated?" "This question is about the actual profit sharing." Lemon wanted to hear what Zack had to say. He was not as close to James Wan and Narlon as Lemon was to him. Zack Snyder was stunned, and then he followed the quotation of directors invited by other companies after New York trip, thought for a while, and gave his own psychological expectations. "The studio share follows the rules. I can invest at least $12 million in proportion. The adaptation copyright belongs to the company, and my director's salary is only $8 million. Americans don't mind nakedly talking about interests, and Lemon also thinks that Zack's offer is very reasonable. At least he didn't ask for a lot of money once he got the upper hand, and didn't care about the basis of cooperation. That is, the studio should occupy the majority and dominate. If not, Lemon would rather not invest in 300. After all, this movie needs a good and powerful distribution company. After giving up this part of the profit, Firefly can get less profit. Of course, this not much is compared with the own project taken over by Blue Butterfly Pictures. In fact, the project itself still has great market prospects. It can be produced with a budget of less than $70 million and won $456 million worldwide. 300 Spartans is a hit, no matter how you look at it. Later, what surprised Zack Snyder even more was that Lemon planned to personally negotiate with comic book author Frank Miller about the adaptation. Well, Zack Snyder's heart was like 15 buckets of water, up and down, absent-minded for the whole morning, wondering if Lemon thought too much of him, and how he should repay this respect. In fact, this guy thought too much. Lemon was just curious about Frank Miller, the comic book master who has repeatedly achieved great success, and he wanted to establish a good relationship in advance for the sake of Batman. When the second part came out, he made too many adaptations and abandoned most of the comic character settings so as not to provoke the original author to curse. There are too many people with this temperament who are engaged in creation. Zack Snyder, who was in a strange mood, had not recovered after going to the digital field. He almost messed up the matter before he woke up and concentrated on finishing the movie clips that he was going to show the author. He just wanted to show his adaptation style, which was not cumbersome. After spending a day to get it done, Lemon took Zack Snyder to contact Frank Miller. He had just reaped the benefits of Sin City, and after receiving Lemon's invitation, he did not refuse. In a private room of a private club, because of Lemon's deliberate courtesy, the meal was quite comfortable, and the dishes were all cooked according to the appetite of middle-aged and elderly people. A fishbowl, skin, bones, and thorns removed. Only the soft meat of the belly was minced into a paste, kneaded into small meatballs, and simmered slowly with broth. It was smooth and delicious. It can be seen that Lemon put a lot of thought into this meal. There are good wines and good banquets. Even knowing that the boss of a studio would make such an arrangement and must have something to ask for, it also made Frank Miller feel warm. He had also seen Batman Begins and was deeply influenced by his work, so he was happy to see it. He is 48 years old this year. As he said, "My job is to edit and draw comics. My job is to make up villains, imagine all kinds of evil people, and even demons. Of course, there are also heroic saviors. But in his world, saviors may not always have a good ending. The most common characters in Frank Miller's works are probably tragic heroes, so he said that Nolan's version of Batman is very good because it creates a flesh and blood and confused Batman. Bruce Wayne is a hero, but he is not a god. Lemon waited for the waiter to pack up and leave before saying, "I came here with director Zack for 300. You should have seen him." Frank Miller looked like a western cowboy, and his eyes were always firm. He put down his coffee, took a tissue to wipe his lips, and his mind had already turned over everything he knew about Firefly Pictures. "Is your company going to produce it, sir? Do you think we can't succeed? Or are we not qualified?" Lemon asked back. "I don't actually want my work to be put on the big screen. After all, movies and comics are precarious, and it is impossible to completely restore them anyway." Frank Miller is indeed a stubborn person. If ordinary cartoonists hear that the studio wants to adapt, they rarely refuse for money or reputation, but Frank's refusal is famous. Whether it is Sin City or his other works, the fact that the copyright for adaptation has been retained until now shows that he has been refusing it. You know, some popular novels have basically been acquired by major studios and the copyrights are hoarded. Frank Miller's comics have always had a good reputation, and many people have thought about it. That is, even if they don't shoot, it's good to spend a little money to buy the copyright. But none of them did it. Frank recalled, "When I was very young, I watched a movie about the Battle of Thermopylae in Sparta, and later I started to create comics. Since the 1990s, I have been collecting information for 300 and want to restore the shock of my childhood. Therefore, I can't tolerate my work being adapted into a Hollywood blockbuster like Troy, stupidly serving some ridiculous things." Chapter 591 Reputation, Subscriptions, Votes. Frank Miller is very famous in the comics industry, and he is not a person who likes to enjoy himself. Therefore, after he is not short of money, he does not need to ask for money. The disastrous failure of epic war themes such as Troy can indeed serve as a warning to him. After all, the Battle of Thermopylae is not as famous as the Trojan horse siege. From this point of view, Frank is actually a person who attaches great importance to reputation, that is, the audience's evaluation of his work. Director Peterson is best at telling the plot directly, rather than focusing on the performance of the characters. Inviting a traffic actor like Brad Pitt is a mistake. The audience's attention is focused on the protagonist, so it can only fail. In other words, this matter is not his fault. The selection of the protagonist is something he cannot control. Instead, he needs to ignore the rigor of the plot in order to set off Pitt. This is a flaw. Lemon curled his lips and explained. Wolfgang Petersen is a German director who debuted in 1973. His works have always been rigorous and straightforward in German style. The films he wrote and directed, Das Boot and Surfing, were nominated for the Academy Awards for Best Director and Best Screenplay. In 1984, The Devil's Land was a big hit at the box office and received a great response, which allowed him to successfully enter Hollywood. In 1997, Peterson had an opportunity. Due to the problem of adapting to the environment, he did not continue to maintain his performance when he first came to Hollywood to make movies, but he was very lucky that year. Air Force One directly entered the top 10 of the annual box office rankings, and also allowed Warner to gain a famous director who was both profound and popular. He was overjoyed and received continuous funding. From then on, he became successful and never lacked projects. But Peterson's strength lies in his ability to write and direct. He rarely fails in the works he approves of. After meeting Troy, due to the large investment, Warner was afraid that the cast could not support it, so he pulled in Brad Pitt, a screen idol who was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tom Cruise at the time. Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise are both actors who like to intervene in the film, and they have a high degree of self-recognition. Then, Pitt's role was unbalanced. It was not too little, but too much, which made the other characters' stories lacking and a little abrupt. Then, Peterson suggested that Warner increase the length of the film, but Warner was worried about the market and did not agree. In the final analysis, in the big environment of Hollywood, the director has less say. Even a famous director like Peterson, who has made many achievements, can be coerced by capital and film unwillingly. Can this person say that he can't direct? No, he came from the studio, and he went from screenwriter, stagehand to assistant director and director. In terms of experience, few people are so rich. In Lyman's view, the production team must have been responsible for the failure of Troy, but director Peterson is definitely not the one who should bear the most responsibility for the failure. Warner's arrangement on this matter is simply a mess, a master of micromanipulation. And what Lyman meant by this passage is also very clear. Firefly will not make such a mistake. It can sacrifice the plot for the market, and Zack Snyder is not the unlucky Wolfgang Peterson, who cannot have certain production rights over the film project. After the filming of Sin City, Frank Miller also knew some of the rules of Hollywood. After listening, he smiled bitterly. It has always been that success can share wealth, and failure cannot be shirked. I don't believe in Firefly's production ability, but making a movie is never an easy thing. It's good to want to achieve results, but what if it doesn't work? To put it bluntly, Frank Miller is still concerned about the reputation of his work. He is a face-saving person, and doesn't want to be scolded by fans for messing up his work for a little money. How many authors found that the finished film was completely different from the story they wrote after selling the adaptation rights? There are not many Hollywood studios that do this. Lyman was also somewhat helpless. I can only say that director Zack is suitable for this project. His style is like this. Why don't you take a look at a few test shots first to feel how the effect is? And if you agree, I can guarantee that when the movie is filmed, you will be the project producer and check it yourself. Although in the Lyman Company system, the power of the producer has become the general manager of logistics, managing budget expenditures, props, costumes, group performances, and lunch boxes, but he can't manage the filming. The significance of the birth of the producer-centered system is good. It can most effectively control the film production funds and prevent the director from shooting randomly or blindly. But it does not mean that the shooting is entirely up to the producer. In that case, what is the use of the director? The failure of many works is that the director's right to speak is too restricted. You know, even if some directors like to change the shooting plan temporarily, this is not all. Of course, if this was said to him a few years ago, Frank Miller would probably not agree. But he himself has experienced the charm of the movie. It is a more intuitive visual enjoyment different from the paper. The success of Sin City allows the aging Frank to objectively examine the principles of his works. Although the heart of profit is light, the reputation is strong after death. It is said that a person dies for 100 years, but his works are passed down for eternity. Frank is not completely pedantic and does not allow outsiders to change his works at all, but must be able to reflect the general idea of his creation and cannot be completely two different meanings. Filming in disguise. Lyman is very sincere, and with the careful preparation of Zack Snyder, Frank Miller finally agreed to give the adaptation rights of 300 after seeing the style of the test shots. The author agreed, and the rest was easy to handle. After several rounds of negotiations at the market price, the copyright was purchased for 5 years at a price of $8 million, and after the movie was released, the copyright development income belonging to the author was also calculated separately. Moreover, Frank Miller served as one of the producers of the project and had a certain degree of control over the project. As for Zack Snyder, he was even happier. Being able to direct a work he likes, he suddenly burst out with unlimited energy. While discussing the script writing, they waited for the first 12 million yuan of funds to be received before setting up the crew. The other producer who replaced Firefly to supervise the filming of the project was Garsha. Lyman was actually very excited about the finalization of 300 Spartans. The company was in urgent need of funds for future big moves, and the project that the director, Zack Snyder, had chosen was also a hit in his career, which could alleviate some financial pressure. In 6 months, the signs of the subprime mortgage crisis began to emerge. In 1 year, the subprime mortgage crisis entered a period of rapid outbreak. In 1.5 years, the US financial market was the first to collapse, and the government took various rescue measures, but still could not save the decline. In 2 years, the 2008 financial crisis swept all countries, and at that time, it was definitely the best time to buy at the bottom and expand man media. Whether you can control enough resources, break through the blockade, and stand at the top of Hollywood, you need to accumulate enough funds to implement the bottom fishing plan. After the project of 300 Spartans was established, there was actually some debate within Firefly. Because epic war-themed works have not produced many results in Hollywood in recent years, but epic themes are often seen on the loss list. The budget of nearly $70 million was mobilized for filming, and at least $200 million global revenue was needed to barely make back the investment. It must be said that there are still certain risks, especially since the audience always has the impression that there are no outstanding similar themes, and they will subconsciously label the film as a bad film. This is like the mainland's filming of science fiction themes, which always gives people a feeling that it is not so reliable. Unless the quality of the film is really good. Otherwise, if the reputation is really not good, it will definitely fail. But the project production has always been decided by Lyman. What he has confirmed still has a certain degree of credibility. Although there are some concerns within Firefly, it is still very active. Ryan stood at the door of the office and heard the discussion inside, wondering whether he should go in. Through the explanation of Lemon's assistant, he knew that Lemon was auditioning for the second main role in No Country for Old Men, that is, the old policeman in the script, who was at a loss after the rules were broken. From beginning to end, he witnessed the step-by-step collapse of things from a participating but bystander perspective. The old policeman did not see the killer until the end, let alone catch and send him to prison, but he was closely chasing the trail of this lawless thug. He is a remnant of the old era, and is doomed to be unable to adapt to the new era, so his character is doomed to a mediocre ending. If someone rewards me, I will add another chapter. Chapter 592 Old Detective. Subscribe, vote. Mr. Tommy Lee Jones, nice to meet you. I like your performance in The Fugitive. Firefly Pictures headquarters. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In Lemon's office, a veteran male movie star, Tommy Lee Jones, arrived. He was the old detective in the Coen brothers version of No Country for Old Men. On the sofa in the reception room, Tommy Lee Jones came over after receiving the role invitation. He was praised by a famous director at the peak of his career, and he was quite proud of it. The movie The Fugitive that Lemon mentioned was also the representative work in which he won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. The role of the federal sheriff he played in it was very impressive. As an actor who has never been in the limelight in Hollywood and has never fallen into a trough, Tommy Lee Jones is rooted in the huge operating machine like a screw. He is not very important and inconspicuous, but very capable. Therefore, he always appears in various works as a supporting role. He is the type that you don't recognize by looking at his face, but you seem to have heard of him after watching the movie. Of course, Tommy Lee Jones's appearance is indeed ordinary, neither handsome nor memorable, but he has rich acting experience, and the only title he can be called is professional detective. In his limited film works that are considered good, he often appears as a sheriff. Therefore, the role of the old detective is not too suitable for him. Moreover, the pay is affordable. After all, he has never been popular enough to stand on the threshold of a first-line actor. On the other hand, he is now starting to develop behind the scenes. His first official feature film The Three Burials of Escada was nominated for the Cannes Palme d'Or in June this year. Although he did not win the grand prize, he won the Best Actor and Best Screenplay. The two sat opposite each other. Tommy Lee Jones has a gentle temperament, a kind old man. After reading the script, he was delighted and said, "I like several of your movies very much, and I have always been looking forward to working with you. I have no reason to refuse." Director Lemon. Moreover, the script of No Country for Old Men has been repeatedly polished by Lemon and Ryan, and it can be called excellent. Ignoring Lemon's ambition to add it, No Country for Old Men is already very exciting as a black-style crime suspense film, with an absurd sense of humor as a whole. Several protagonists in the film thought they could control the situation, but in the end the situation was out of control. And the old detective Ed is an old detective with rich experience in investigating cases, and has seen the world. His sophistication can also be seen from his conversation with the young police. But this kind of experience did not help Ed at all. The development of the situation did not meet his plan. He could not catch the killer, and he could not even meet him. He didn't even know what he looked like. Later, Ed complained that the world was going downhill. In the past, the police did not carry guns when they went out on duty, but now it was useless to carry guns. It was because he found his powerlessness that he could no longer handle this case. It can be said that Ed's image in this film is a detective who works hard to investigate a case, but ends up with nothing. He represents the humanity and rules of goodness and integrity. Obviously, Tommy Lee Jones also sees that his role is not a dispensable background board, but one of the keys to truly promote the plot. Therefore, Tommy Lee Jones suppressed his excitement and continued, "If I can't work together once in a movie like this, I think I will definitely regret it in the future." These words are full of confidence in acting. He basically believes that he can control Detective Edition. Of course, Lyman invited him to come here with the idea of giving the role to Tommy Lee Jones. Although he has never been famous and has always been used to playing supporting roles, the joining of an old actor is extremely beneficial to the film. He increases the upper limit of the performance space, and it will not occupy the filming budget of the film. The proportion of actor salary expenditure can be reduced to less than 40%. That is, the expenditure of $10 million is not off track. The role of Ed can only be ranked 4th among the main actors in the group, and the total number of scenes will not exceed 15 minutes. Tommy Lee Jones only received $4 million for a special effects production like Men in Black, and he had a lot of scenes. This time, he only received $1.2 million. It's really cheap. In other words, actors with good acting skills are at a disadvantage in Hollywood. Even if they are favored by the Oscars, it is only an improvement in status, and the salary will not explode. This is like what Cage said, "The commercial film I take now is more than the salary I have received in the past 10 years. It's too easy to make money." With popularity, traffic, and the pursuit of capital, there will be a greater gap between high-end actors and second-rate actors in terms of salary and value. In the future, some people will get 20 million plus 20% box office share, and there will be actors who only get tens of thousands of dollars to contribute nude scenes. The unfair distribution of wealth is even more vivid in Hollywood. Of course, after Tommy Lee Jones verbally agreed to act, the specific contract negotiations still had to go through the agency, and it would not be communicated by himself. The latter is unnecessary. Tommy Lee Jones signed with WME, which is known as the second place for 1,000 years. It is the one that has directors such as Clint Eastwood and Martin Scorsese, and is often suppressed by CAA in many ways. However, although it is not as large as CAA, WME is actually good. The company's executives are involved in many White House politics, and many people can get in touch with another circle through WME, which is also their core attraction. After one contact, WME quickly agreed to let Tommy Lee Jones join the crew of No Country for Old Men. Because Tommy Lee Jones is not the trump card of their company's promotion, it is difficult to raise the salary, so there is no need to worry too much. But this is a happy thing for the actor himself. Tommy, who has read the script, has a feeling. Compared with those classic works in film history or memorable screen roles, this slightly younger director also has similar ambitions. A small western town, a logically self-consistent story, everything unfolds through a murder case, and always wants to inject a thought into this fictional scene. If it can really succeed, it may be sought after. Who dares to assert that No Country for Old Men will not become a classic in film history? Tommy Lee Jones has acted in many works, and his vision for the works is higher. The role of Ed is an interesting challenge even for him. Thinking about these in his mind, when the actor contract was signed, Tommy Lee Jones smiled and said, "Then, Director Lyman, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Of course, I'm looking forward to it." Lyman also smiled. With Tommy Lee Jones and Heath Ledger, the two excellent actors in the blueprint of the No Country for Old Men project are in place. For the remaining Winona, Lyman found David Strathairn to play. This actor is also a talented actor. Whether he is a high-level pimp in LA, confidential or a news anchor in Good Night and Good Luck, he always has a not so positive image of pursuing fame and fortune. For him, playing a guest role as a Winona who hires a killer is also a true character. Because this guy looks like he has a temperament that is not easy to mess with. He is elegant and cold, especially when he purses his lips and deliberately smiles. It always feels like he is calculating and planning something bad. Because it is a guest role, he has the least role among the 5 characters, and he doesn't appear on the screen much, but he is at the key points of the plot. David Strathairn only needs $300,000 to get the performance. Speaking of which, David can get fewer and fewer roles in his film career now. Most of the time, he has to mix in the TV drama circle. He is definitely not doing well. At the age of 55 this year, he is not as popular as the older Tommy Lee Jones. The reason is that, although he has acting skills, he has no achievements and cannot get the favor of the studio just by acting. After all, Tommy Lee Jones had collaborated with Will Smith in the box office hit Men in Black series, but David didn't have that experience. For him, it was great to be offered a role in a movie, and he didn't have to be picky. Therefore, he was the one who agreed the most readily. It was confirmed after just a phone call. Chapter 593 Internal Invitation, Subscription, Tickets. After negotiating the contract with David Strathairn, Lyman asked Ryan to select the filming locations one after another. In addition to the actors, most of the work in the early preparation of the crew was distracted by similar trivial matters. Fortunately, No Country for Old Men does not require frequent transitions and there are no large-scale shots. It is actually a relatively easy type to shoot. On the contrary, 300 Spartans, another project that Firefly is preparing, is very complicated to shoot. In order to show the shots that director Zack wants, more than 90% of the movie is shot without real scenes and green screens, and then slowly cut out and render in the later stage, which is also a test for the actors in it. The test is that the performance will not collapse under the background board. On this day, Ryan personally went to Texas and New Mexico to select locations for the crew and set up a studio for shooting on the spot, while Lyman wrote down the expected shooting schedule in the company. Among them, there is a reference standard for who should be filmed first, which part of the scene should be filmed intensively, or the demand for the scene. This form was not created for the convenience of the director, but to let the filming team and actors know how to cooperate with the filming and arrange their own affairs, so that when the filming starts, they will not be completely in the dark. The modern film industry has become more and more standardized, which has reduced the so-called inspiration. And every time I write this shooting plan, I'm actually sorting out the entire project from the beginning, just like going through it in my mind first, increasing the order and purpose. Of course, there are always accidents in the world, and it is impossible to work completely according to the plan. But having a reference standard will not be a waste of effort. Just as Lyman continued to advance the project of No Country for Old Men in an orderly manner, Paramount convened another high-level meeting. This is very common in large companies that always like to hold meetings to discuss, but the things they talked about are still unusual. The current CEO Shirley Lansing and several shareholders representing the board of directors sat around the table, not talking. The senior executive of the distribution department, sitting in the middle, was calmly reporting a statistical data. Under the calm tone, there was an unconcealed joy. This is the total box office data of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which is uniformly summarized by all overseas offices. Has it broken 300 million? A shareholder representative raised his eyebrows slightly, but also interrupted the distribution executive's desire to show off. Of course. The overseas second week won $71.5 million, and the total overseas box office was $150.3 million. With the total revenue in North America, which has reached the fourth week, the global box office has successfully exceeded $300 million, with a total of $308 million, and the decline is still less than 30% of the decline space, and the IMDb audience rating is also an average of 7.0. All of this undoubtedly tells that the quality of Mr. and Mrs. Smith has withstood the test of the market, and there will be box office revenue in the future, and the total landing point will not stop here. Everyone is somewhat relieved. You know, some company executives are still not optimistic that Mr. and Mrs. Smith will perform well among the many films in the Christmas season, and they also have complaints about the company's large investment of resources. Perhaps they think that it is very good for the movie to get 200 million in the collision between the Magic Kingdom of Narnia and King Kong. But when the box office statistics for the first weekend came out, all those who were not optimistic were dumbfounded. For a movie with a medium investment, $50.21 million in 3 days was definitely a very qualified result. But they only felt that the box office could make back the investment, not that it made much money. In the original time and space, this movie also gave 20th Century Fox a surprise. It relied on the hot scandal topic and absolutely qualified quality reputation to break out in the summer season full of blockbusters. Now that the distributor of Mr. and Mrs. Smith has become Paramount, the competition in the schedule is also a little smaller than that in the summer season. Even if the scandalous couple did not join, the box office situation would not be much weaker than the original time and space. Because the original work hyped the scandal too much, it would also cause disgust among some passers-by fans. Paramount was not keen on hype. It generally just used ambiguous gossip to attract the audience's attention and stopped for anything. The fear is that too much is as bad as too little. Although the performance of King Khan at the end of the year was not outstanding in North America, it was only compared with the top few works in the film history rankings, and it still had a great impact on other movies in the same period. But after Mr. and Mrs. Smith made over $150 million in North America, there was not much potential for box office to be tapped. The number of screens has been reduced to 20%, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, the only thing left is whether it is strong enough overseas and whether it has enough stamina. Fortunately, this movie did not disappoint those who expected it. At the end of the second week overseas, it has passed the 300 million mark worldwide, which is a hit, no matter how you look at it. At present, after hearing that the movie has accumulated a global box office of $308 million, the executives of the distribution department finished their report and secretly looked at the expressions of several shareholder representatives with a little curiosity. The company has not been peaceful during this period. It is not the first time that some shareholders have proposed to the board of directors to ask Shirley Lansing to step down. However, the current situation is that changing an executive can be done, but whether changing someone can improve the current situation of Paramount Pictures' weak performance is the real problem. Obviously, the board of directors is also hesitating. After all, she took over as the chairman of Paramount Pictures Group in 1992, and she did a good job in the first 10 years. It was only in the past 3 or 4 years that she seemed to have entered a period of confusion, and suddenly her production was not outstanding. It was not that she was not outstanding, but that Paramount, which did not have a series of movies as a foundation, seemed to be a little unfamiliar with the current Hollywood. It was not able to play it all at once. Shirley Lansing also sat quietly and listened to the report, but her mood was completely different from that of everyone else. In addition to being secretly happy, she also felt very relaxed. Being able to deliver a very outstanding performance to Paramount at the end of the year is also an explanation to the board of directors. Not to mention, after the acquisition of DreamWorks, Paramount's project production will definitely pick up next year. After all, Spielberg does not have to spend a lot of energy to manage the company's operations. Even if he does not make a movie himself, he can still achieve results as a producer. Now, Shirley Lansing can almost imagine that the next period of time will be a period of calm for the company, and the wind direction will change. When DreamWorks achieves results again, her position will be more stable. Next, the distribution department will focus on continuing to promote Mr. and Mrs. Smith overseas. Rhett, you should prepare an implementation plan for the comparison market as soon as possible, and let the regional offices cooperate to strive for the total box office of the movie to exceed 400 million. Well, that's it for now. Everyone go and do your own things. Finally, Shirley Lansing concluded. In the conference room, the most vocal executives have spoken, and several shareholder representatives naturally kept silent and pushed the door to leave. In fact, as long as their interests are guaranteed, they don't want to make trouble. After the meeting, Shirley Lansing found the senior executives of the marketing department and asked, "What's going on there recently?" The side that Shirley Lansing was referring to was naturally Firefly Pictures. In her eyes, she has always valued Lyman and felt that he was a film and television talent from the beginning. Of course, she used to think that she could control him, but later she found that she couldn't control him and was angry for a while. Now that the cooperation has resumed, she has been staring at him. but Lyman likes to keep a low profile. Except for the sound, when the movie is released, his presence is almost unnoticeable at other times. He doesn't like to participate in cocktail parties or accept interviews. We can only know what he is doing from his company's recent actions. The marketing executive thought of the news he had collected about Firefly and considered his words before saying, "The current situation is that they have approved several more movies. Although the specific content is unknown, the investment amount is as high as $70 million. Shirley Lansing took a breath. "Do you think there is a possibility of cooperation? How about Warner?" The marketing executive was about to speak, but Shirley Lansing pretended to be confident and said, "Warner's project competition is far more intense than Paramount's. You can see it from the November schedule when Goblet of Fire and the Lake Monster are colliding. So, we have a great chance. By the way, you should contact them immediately in my name and say that you are holding a celebration party for the global $300 million achievement of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Remember, it is an internal celebration, and then invite him to come. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, The Only Time Slot. Please subscribe and vote. Hollywood is a place where there are all kinds of parties and cocktail parties held in various names every day. If you have a wide network of contacts, you can run around in cocktail parties for months and enjoy the anesthesia and pleasure of alcohol to the cerebral cortex. The so-called decadence is not an empty talk. Of course, the prerequisite is that you are willing to live this kind of party life without motivation. Obviously, this kind of enjoyment can make people feel bored and even empty, and they don't understand why they waste their time on such meaningless social activities. And if there is a purpose, the party is not enjoyment. Some time ago, the box office of Mr. and Mrs. Smith became more and more successful. Paramount has held an official celebration and promotion cocktail party, but Lyman did not go. He didn't like that atmosphere very much, but of course he couldn't say he hated it. It didn't matter if he participated in it when he was bored, but he was very busy now, busy with his own project No Country for Old Men, and busy with Zack Snyder and Scott Ross to confirm the preparations for the special effects work of 300 Spartans. He was so busy that he didn't even go to visit his girlfriend Eva to receive the shaping preparations for the role. Today, he obviously couldn't refuse Shirley Lansing's invitation to a private cocktail party. The black Mercedes-Benz business car stopped at a mansion halfway up the hill in Beverly Hills. It was dusk. Celebrities gathered here in twos and threes. Suddenly, there was a noise at the gate. It was Shirley Lansing who showed up with Paramount executives, which excited everyone present, and they all came forward to talk. Then, Lyman arrived. He was wearing a winter black double-breasted suit and attracted a lot of attention as soon as he entered. The ladies and socialites who were walking around a second ago were chattering in front of the two most powerful people. Shirley Lansing was an executive of Paramount and held a lot of power. Lyman was also a well-known figure in Hollywood today, and many people were polite to him. The two entered the hall surrounded by the crowd, and the dance began soon. Shirley Lansing greeted a group of people, then walked to Lyman and spoke gently. "How is the Mr. and Mrs. Smith project going at Paramount? Thank you for the hard work of the publicity staff." Lyman smiled. "As a work that can bring hundreds of millions of dollars in profits to Paramount, plus the income from peripheral DVDs, etc." Shirley Lansing is still very satisfied. There is a lot of praise in her words. After knowing that there is another $70 million project, and there is no distributor, of course she has to lead the topic to test it. "I heard that you spent a lot of money to buy Cameron's special effects company. Will the subsequent shooting plan also have the heavy responsibility of special effects? If the current special effects masterpieces are successful, the overseas box office will be guaranteed to exceed the domestic market, and the prospects are still great." Of course, as soon as this question came out, Lyman immediately understood the subtext of Shirley Lansing's words. Paramount still wants to maintain cooperation, and asked if there are any conditions. "Yes, we must take action in the digital field." Well, What I mean is, if you still have a suitable project that has not yet chosen a partner, Paramount is willing to take charge of the project's publicity and distribution. And don't worry, the profit sharing agreement we signed before is still the same. Since Shirley Lansing has opened up about the matter, Lemon has been thinking about it. Of course, Lemon will definitely not give up his own interests, but 300 Spartans does require too many resources for publicity and distribution, which is not something that Blue Butterfly Pictures can handle at all. It is natural to seek a strong distributor. This is still to be discussed. Lemon said very bluntly, you know that movies need a good schedule for screening, but I can't say much to the theater chain. Just like Warner's unfair behavior in November this year, you each have your own projects to operate. How can we guarantee the interests of independent studios like us? What do you mean? Sometimes the distribution of movies is planned 1 or 2 months in advance for promotion, and it is inevitable to make some choices. Christmas season, at least 5 weeks of the highest level resources. If you agree, everyone will be happy to sign a distribution agreement. Shirley Lansing was silent. This almost meant that Paramount would guarantee the sole rights and interests of Firefly's production projects during the Christmas season next year, and Paramount's own schedule differentiation would have to allocate a prime time for Firefly. It's actually nothing to say that providing resources for distribution, as long as there is money to be made, but the fear is that, if there is a change, Paramount will also need a Christmas season next year. Shirley Lansing deeply felt that this matter needed time to be decided, and also understood that Lemon was very uncomfortable with the method of thinking of Warner using the Firefly project to collide with the competitor's masterpiece, and sitting on the naivete. Even if there is no verbal expression, it is still a hot match with Warner, but after all, they are not the same company. After the cocktail party, Lemon began to prepare for No Country for Old Men. During this period, Zack Snyder's Sparta project also gained a group of actors. Like the leading actor Jared Butler, in 2001, The Mummy was the second highest ratings TV movie in film history, and he became popular with the role of the Hun King. But TV movies are different from screen movies, so the confirmed salary is only $4.5 million US. There is also the heroine Sienna Miller. She and Sylvia Croker both competed for the Queen of Sparta in the last round of auditions. In the end, the former's salary was cheaper, and she was selected at $900,000. Then, a group of muscular men were selected. Like Michael Fassbender, Vincent Regan, David Winham of course. These people are not strong enough now. What Zack Snyder wants is the most masculine muscles after taking off their clothes. Therefore, including the leading actors, all men had to undergo 3 months of high-intensity physical training before they could leave. Because the training was very hard, they were afraid that someone would back down. Director Zack went to tell all the Spartan macho men that he only wanted actors who were like bodybuilding champions in his shots, not just handsome young men. Then, he took out training suits with "I died in the Battle of Thermopylae" printed on them as motivation. Also, if the ancient war equipment and utensils were complete, the effect would look like a fight between iron turtles, which was not beautiful enough. So the costumes for the filming were all wearing scarlet battle robes, leather armor shorts, and naked upper bodies, which felt like a beauty trick and a show of body. Director Zack certainly wouldn't say that this was for commercial considerations. Showing off muscles is conducive to attracting female audiences to the theater to support. After all, just like men find beautiful women on the screen pleasing to the eye, a large number of muscular handsome men can definitely please female fans. It has to be said that Zack Snyder, who has been shooting music videos for more than 10 years, is still good at starting with details. He is very thoughtful. Now, with a group of affordable actors, only 13 million yuan was paid for the film. In addition, the crew offered 6 million yuan for the director's salary to Zack Snyder. The remaining budget will still be spent on special effects to ensure the unique visual sense of the lens. At the same time, after layers of selection by the agency, the fourth leading actor of No Country for Old Men was finally determined. That is Josh Brolin, the retired soldier of the Vietnam War who played the original version of the same name. This second-tier American actor has appeared in a variety of works. He has dabbled in science fiction, comedy, crime, western, and biography, but none of them can be said to be particularly outstanding. He is the kind of actor who has never had a big box office hit or a big loss. He occasionally gets nominated for awards and has a reputation in the circle. Outside the circle, not many audiences know him. After meeting and talking once, Josh Brolin agreed to act without any consideration. The next day, he came with his agent to sign the actor's contract and agreed to play the role of Sterling, who has the most scenes, and his salary was only $4.8 million US. After that, the only leading actor in the lineup who has not been determined is the killer Anton. Or maybe the original lead actor has not made a name for himself in Hollywood, so many agencies are trying to find him, but it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the end, Lyman remembered that this actor is one of the few Spanish actors of the future. Even if he doesn't have the status he will have in the future, he should still have a reputation in his own country. In this way, after the scope of the screening was defined, there was finally some clues. Seeing the face on the resume that smiled with some compassion, the killer Anton was coming. Chapter 595, Killer Anton. Subscribe, vote. Director Lyman, when will your next new movie start filming? Can you tell us what it's about? I heard that the investment in the new movie is not large. Who have been selected for the roles? Mr. Last, are you the director? Lyman had just driven out of Beverly Hills when he was surrounded by a group of reporters and paparazzi lying in ambush on the roadside. No matter how hard he honked, they still wouldn't let him go. These uncrowned kings are really hard to deal with. Ever since the public relations department of Firefly Pictures released some news about the new work and secretly revealed some of the filming plans, it has indeed attracted a lot of attention. But these paparazzi are really annoying. They are damn good at following and stalking, and they can always block Lyman's whereabouts at the right time and place. He rolled down the window a little and answered a few questions perfunctorily. Although he slowed down his speed, he still squeezed out little by little and then headed straight for the Firefly headquarters building. It was not until he entered the elevator that Lyman breathed a sigh of relief. Just after coming out of the elevator, he ran into Ryan. He had just returned from New Mexico, leaving some of the behind-the-scenes production staff there to continue preparing for the filming. The two chatted for a while, and Assistant Lyman came up with a smile and said, "Boss, the people are here. Mr. Bardem is in the reception room." Lyman walked in front and asked casually, "What did he say?" "He is willing to play the killer Anton, and he is repeatedly reading the script." After a while, the door of the reception room was opened, and a man with short hair, no beard, and a long face sat inside. It was Javier Bardem, one of the few international actors in Spain in the future. This guy is only 36 years old this year, and he has already gained a little fame in Europe, which can be regarded as not confined to Spain. In the original Time and Space, he was also spotted by the Coen brothers in A Confused Way, and then won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, leaving his name in Hollywood, and then he started to cooperate with a group of big directors one after another, and his momentum became more and more prosperous. The first time he was noticed by the international film industry was in 1992, when a film sharing a wife and a husband won the Venice Silver Lion Award, which made his personal status famous. At this moment, Javier Bardem was still confused. He couldn't figure out how he could enter the sight of a big Hollywood director and get the opportunity to play the second leading role. He was still in Spain and had no movies to shoot. Suddenly, a phone call came and gave him a surprise. However, there was no need to think about it. It was not a bad thing anyway. So, after Javier confirmed that it was really the invitation of director Lyman, he rushed from Spain. When he saw a very aura person open the door and walk in, Javier immediately stood up and greeted him politely with a smile. "You're welcome, Javier. I've seen your performance. Your image and temperament are very suitable for the setting of the killer Anton." Lyman has also been very famous internationally in the past 2 years, mainly because of the title of Cannes Palme d'Or and the performance of many box office hits. Many Spanish film and television circles who don't care about directors from other regions have heard of Lyman's name. Javier, an actor who was not very famous in the European entertainment industry, was favored by a big director. He was a little nervous and happy. Thank you. But, Lyman suddenly frowned. "Your image needs to change. I want a different killer image." Javier's image was very ordinary, not the weird smiling ruthless man. since the director said that the image should be changed, then change it. So, after more than half an hour of changing the image, Javier, who appeared in front of Lemon again, became familiar. He had a mushroom-shaped head on both sides, which was common among brothel owners in the western region in the 1960s and 1970s. Javier Bardem and the cruise stylist stood in the reception room. Javier only felt that his current image was old-fashioned and strange, and there was no trace of the previous coolness and cleanliness. But Lemon asked him to smile deliberately, the kind of smile that anyone with a discerning eye would know that you were being polite, a very stiff smile. Extremely unnatural. But the original Killer Anton screen image was really classic. The mushroom head hairstyle was also the essence of it, giving people a kind of neurotic temperament. Of course, this kind of dress does reveal a fierceness that is not easy to mess with, especially when he narrows his eyes and looks compassionate when killing people. It makes the whole character seem to be a pervert at heart. Anyway, the Killer Anton can only be established if the difference of this character can be seen at a glance. Therefore, the more psychotic the dress is, the more it fits the character. Very good. Lemon nodded with satisfaction. Just pay attention to your walking posture to be more rigid. In just 3 days, I received a call, ran to the audition, and the director approved. This progress is too fast. Javier thought to himself. Inexplicably, I became the second male lead in Lemon's new film that has attracted much attention in Hollywood. I can't imagine it. Javier came to his senses and heard Lemon finally nodded, and he was overly excited. That's all for today. Come here tomorrow to sign the contract and take the makeout photos. We'll notify you of other things in a timely manner. The filming schedule of the movie is very important. It's best not to accept any more film contracts in the next few months and focus on playing the role of Anton. If you play this well, you will get a lot. After listening to Lemon, Javier said without hesitation, "Don't worry, I will prepare for this movie wholeheartedly. Also, thank you, Director Lemon, for giving me this role. Nothing, this is the right choice." The next day, Javier also officially joined the crew of No Country for Old Men with a salary of $1 million US. This price is very fair. International actors are not very popular in Hollywood. After the starring Linoop was selected, Lemon handed the remaining supporting roles to CAA and Ryan. Let's sort out the preparation progress of several other projects of Firefly Pictures. Pan's Labyrinth has already started filming, The Prestige is still casting, and the Macho Men of Sparta still need long-term shaping training and special effects problems in the digital field. The filming of Prada is coming to an end, and it will be finished in about a week. Among them, Babel, which Lemon invested in Alejandro Gonzalez Inarritu, is still on the road to winning awards. If nothing unexpected happens, Toronto, Lion Foreign Screen, Warsaw International Film Festival and other film festivals will gain fame, and then wait for Cannes to gain fame, and finally go to the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Award to be nominated. After all this, the investment of $20 million can basically be recovered by selling regional copyrights. As for profit? To be honest, I haven't thought about it. A movie with a realistic niche theme or a bad word about the US border issue will not be loved by too many audiences after all. After watching the finished film, Lemon can only say that this Mexican director is indeed very thoughtful and has style. After watching the whole, the tense, anxious, and uneasy atmosphere created is also very appropriate. The 4 stories are intertwined, and the suspense is gradually escalated as the story develops. This artistic expression method is very challenging for the director's skills. Fortunately, Alejandro did it. The layout of the film is complicated, the plot is a bit dragged out, not crisp enough, and requires the audience's patience. This is not good enough. Of course, for an award-winning literary and artistic work, the latter is not contradictory. If you don't tell it in detail, how to go deep into the theme can only sacrifice the fluency of the plot. Slow down the story of the plot and characters. In the end, Lemon can only say that Babel tells a tragedy deeply around the differences in race and language. Just like what director Alejandro said, this world is full of misunderstandings because of the lack of language. Only God has the power to know everything, but God is silent and deprives people of the language of communication and understanding. The film looks very depressing, and the use of gloomy colors brings visual depression to people. Under the dual effects, it is easy to have a sense of loneliness and helplessness. As for the title of the film, Babel, the allusion comes from the Bible, Old Testament, which refers to the fact that humans united to build a tower to heaven. In order to prevent this from happening, God made humans speak different languages and could not communicate with each other, and the plan failed. Therefore, the director's meaning is very clear. The so-called Tower of Babel can only be a myth and can never be built. Whether it is promoting English or any other language, there will always be people who have difficulty communicating. Chapter 596. Excessive subscriptions, votes. Lemon has been worried about one thing recently. That is, for some reason, the news that 300 Spartans contacted the distributor was leaked. In fact, it's nothing to leak. Joseph was deliberately letting the news out to attract attention and then seek a more favorable cooperation plan for the project. For Firefly, the uniqueness of the schedule is really necessary. Lemon no longer wants to be used as a scapegoat for the project. When it is needed, it is a win-win situation, and when it is not needed, it will be abandoned. On January 6th, near noon, in an open-air restaurant in Burbank, two senior executives from the distribution departments of Paramount and Warner sat together. After ordering and serving cold dishes and snacks, the Warner executive said first, "This week, we won more than $32 million overseas box office, and the total cumulative amount is $340 million. It is really a remarkable achievement." Although this person failed to mention the name of the movie, the Paramount executive also understood that the other party could only say and praise Paramount's most impressive project at the moment. "Mr. and Mrs. Smith, what's the big deal? I can't beat you. One Goblet of Fire and One the Lake Monster add up to more than $1.5 billion. These two projects alone can take $430 million from the box office, which is a big profit." The Warner executives were also secretly proud, but their expressions were well hidden. They shook their heads slightly and pretended to be melancholy and said, "Didn't I hear that there is another one and they want to cooperate with you?" Alas, that person's vision is impeccable, but he is too greedy. You said that you only take 10%, which is already the lowest and most favorable condition. Which public relations and publicity is not troublesome. It's not like you take money for nothing. It's so fair, and you also put forward some restrictions. Paramount executives couldn't help but sigh. In fact, they are just showing their attitude to the other party. The other party was very perceptive and answered, "You want a Christmas schedule?" The Paramount executive nodded. "We don't know what the arrangements are for this year, but you want one of the best schedules. The conditions are too harsh. Paramount is not its vassal. How can it obey orders like this? It's still too tough. It's not that we can't discuss it. If the company has a big move, it will naturally coordinate the schedule. How can it be thrown out casually?" The Warner executive raised his eyebrows, seemingly considering the difficulties for Paramount. Of course, the two of them met today to form a united front. But that day, Lemon talked to Shirley Lansing, and when she went back and thought about it carefully, she felt that something was wrong. You know, after acquiring DreamWorks and taking over DreamWorks production team, Paramount will have big moves, so how can it just promise a Christmas schedule casually? But Paramount didn't want Firefly to cooperate with the other companies, and Warner was also concerned about Lemon's increasingly strong project production capabilities, and didn't want to see the rise of another DreamWorks, mainly because Lemon's cooperation conditions became more and more demanding, and they felt that he was too ambitious, so they wanted to suppress him and persuade him to give up. Be an independent producer and not get involved in the upper level, so today's scene happened. In other words, this is just a warning. And this warning was soon tacitly understood within the Big Six. After the news was released at the beginning, Lemon was still expecting Fox, Universal or the gradually declining MGM to send people to negotiate the conditions, but soon received similar distribution contracts, without talking about the agreed schedule at all, and all said that there would be corresponding cooperation and arrangements. You know, the schedule is the easiest way to allocate resources, and it has always been controlled by the Big Six, which has a good relationship with theater chains. This is one of the methods of the Big Six to have a relative monopoly. Only those who are in it understand the power of doing so. Take Lionsgate and New Line. two famous studios. For example, the former has been involved in film and television production and distribution since 1997, but it was not until 2000 that it had a movie called American Psycho that became famous, and that movie was a hit in April, an unpopular time period. It can only be said that it was mostly luck. New Line was a film company established in 1967, but it was not until 1984 that it launched its first independently produced project, A Nightmare on Elm Street, which was also scheduled in November, a time period that was slightly popular. So why are the two companies so stupid that they don't go to the summer or Christmas season to play, but have to fight to the death in the unpopular season and earn little box office? Are they stupid? Of course not. But the problem is that they can't get in, even if they want to. Although the movie theater chain and the production studio seem to be two factions, two parallel lines, the big movie companies and the North American theater chains have long had a complex interest relationship. You see, when other big movies are released, they either have 3,000 or 3,500 screens. When it comes to the film projects of second-tier companies such as Lionsgate, New Line, Screen Treasures, and Firefly, they have to spend a lot of energy to negotiate if they can get more than 2,000 screens. Isn't this really a difference in treatment? So, it's okay for independent producers to make small moves, and the big six can also be tolerated. After all, there are 365 days in the United States, and the production of projects by the big six alone cannot fill the gap. It is best for everyone to produce films together to provide film sources, but they will not give in to popular schedules such as summer and Christmas. That is their private land. This is why more than 90% of the top 10 projects on the list for so many years are distributed by the big six, because a good schedule can carry a good box office, and others can't eat it just by watching. In fact, Lemon knows this very well, but he still feels strongly unwilling. In the past, it was not impossible for the company to give up some of the profits of its first-line projects, but Nama had been rushing forward like a frontline soldier, wasting potential, and there might not be much complaint if he was treated fairly. But this year, Warner's business production was relatively successful, which led to poor coordination. This made Lemon feel that it was really difficult to continue like this. So he wanted to start with a hot screening schedule, and then all first-line projects would be based on this standard. Whoever doesn't have a big movie will be given the distribution. Maximize the benefits. Of course, he had a good idea, and in this way, Firefly's project could also enjoy the convenience of the schedule and continue to accumulate strength. As a result, this simple additional clause did not require a reduction in the distribution commission, nor did it mention the issue of publicity funds. The two partners, Warner and Paramount, were unanimously dissatisfied. After all, in their view, whether to give a schedule or how to arrange the schedule were all their own company's plans, so how could they let an outsider lead them by the nose? Simply not agreeing to suppress the ambition. In the following days, the Big Six refused to cooperate. Even MGM, which had been played badly, suddenly became tough. This once again shows that, although the Big Six have to fight hard every year, if they really want to form a team, they still have to look at the Big Six. So, these people thought they had occupied the commanding heights of victory, and just waited for the ignorant DreamWorks to bow its head and be small, and they were quite complacent. Why do you say that? Don't you see how many popular studios were robbed and acquired by the Big Six? Even the most active DreamWorks has now collapsed. Who dares to raise the flag and openly rebel? Little did they know that Lemon was a soft-hearted person. As these people pressed him more and more, Lemon summoned his generals and ran around for days to seek a breakthrough. So, how to break the deadlock? Naturally, it is to learn the method of the little people. The weak ones form a team and jointly distribute. I have to mention here that, although more than half of the screens in the United States and more than 70% of the theaters in prosperous areas have the shadow of the Big Six behind them, the theaters are not always obedient. They can provide convenient conditions, but if the film is not good, they will also reduce it to make room for other works. In other words, when the interests are consistent, it is icing on the cake, and they will never help in times of trouble and suffer losses together. The theaters have not been so good to the Big Six. It can only be said that in terms of schedule selection, the Big Six are indeed the first. Snowflakes of course, and emails flew to the Hollywood studios that have established a foothold, such as Summit Entertainment, Lionsgate, and Screen Treasures. If this time is compared to a battlefield, it is like Firefly gathering heroes to do something together. Moreover, Lionsgate is much more courageous than Lemon. Not only does it want to overturn the North American market, but it also wants to be independent at the source, that is, the global distribution channel, without any control. Lemon's move is a drizzle. After all, overseas distribution often relies on the networks of the Big Six, as they have been established there for a long time and there is no way around it. Chapter 597 Autonomous Progress. Please subscribe and vote. Things soon changed. The focus of planning changed from the choice and autonomy of the release dates to the choice and autonomy of distribution. Of course, the core point has not changed, which is to demand further freedom from control. That is, freedom. Independent studios are interested in contacting each other. After all, everyone's purpose is the same, and they have been dissatisfied with the monopoly of the 6 major studios for a long time, but their choices are different. Now, Firefly intends to form a joint distribution alliance, and everyone will mobilize resources to promote their films. In this way, the combined size of several companies will have a greater impact on theaters and publicity. Lyman is in the president's office of Blue Butterfly Pictures, constantly answering calls. After receiving the message, he identified it one by one, summarized and classified it, and then handed it to Joseph. Finally, through Joseph's hands, it came to Lemon for summary. With these 2 people on his behalf, even if Lemon's personal energy is limited, he can know the entire contact plan well. This made him more convinced that the group approach would definitely ease the pressure on distribution. After all, Blue Butterfly Pictures now has a certain foundation in online public relations, and has great energy for publicity. Although this energy cannot freely choose the schedule, it can give people enough sense of security. It also allows Lemon to continue to focus most of his energy on the crew construction of No Country for Old Men without any worries. Under Ryan's very effective and experienced regulation, less than a week after the selection of the leading actor, a mature behind-the-scenes production team was ready. And most of them are old people who often cooperate, with more collaborative ability and tacit understanding. As a result, Lemon held an internal meeting of the crew before filming. At the meeting, Ryan, Thomas, costumes, art and other crew management members were present, and Lemon presided over it personally. Looking at the 4 or 5 production teams below, Thomas was still lazy and didn't care about anything, which was also a headache. Lemon sighed secretly and then said, "The affairs of the crew of No Country for Old Men need your careful management. My idea is to finish shooting at the end of February and complete post-production in May. The time is still a bit tight, and we can't be careless and delay during shooting. So what we are discussing today is film production. You should come up with a set of rules to listen to." Everyone looked at each other quickly. Ryan was the second most senior person here. He was also a producer and the logistics manager of the crew. Of course, he should answer first. Ryan stood up slightly, coughed dryly, and then his mind turned and said, "The crew now has 47 staff members, and the props and costumes are almost ready, but the specific set has not started yet. Director, I would like to take people to Texas to set up the set first to save time on the way." It was the art director who spoke up to share the worry. "My time is very tight and the requirements are high. What are your plans?" Lemon said in a calm tone. "The crew is divided into 2 teams, large and small, and both sides will prepare together." After the meeting, the crew was divided into 2 groups. In just 3 days, the filming site in Texas had taken shape. During these days, Lemon was not idle. While leading several leading actors to read the script and familiarize themselves with the roles, he also began to have close contacts with several production studios. Paramount headquarters, in the chairman's office, Shirley Lansing finished reviewing the report in her hand and asked her assistant, "How is Firefly? I haven't heard that someone has taken over the distribution work." "Really? Lemon hasn't shown any signs of giving in." The assistant shook his head and said, "They haven't contacted us again yet. I don't know about the others, but they should understand that a good work with a box office of over 100 million may have the risk of losses if it doesn't meet a good schedule. They will definitely continue to discuss it." Shirley Lansing smiled and nodded. She didn't actually want to squeeze Firefly out, she just wanted them to stay in their place. The film market is growing year by year, and no one can take it. It's not that we can't tolerate others, but it would be better if Lemon could see the reality and spit out some of his shares. As for which of the big six will take over this aspect, it is not very important. What is important is to maintain such rules and patterns. The assistant suddenly remembered something strange and said, I heard that Blue Butterfly Pictures is contacting several other studios to establish a common publicity and distribution channel. Does he want to bypass us? Shirley Lansing smiled indifferently. What can they do if they unite? A summer season can account for 1/5 of the annual box office revenue. Can they bear not to touch it at all? In the cinema chain, in addition to the schedule, the location of the theater is also very important. A large theater with multiple theaters in a prosperous area has a stronger ability to attract money than 6 or 7 theaters in remote areas. Those small theater chains are at a disadvantage in the competition in such areas. It is okay to make a little money, but it is extremely difficult to make a big box office hit. What studios such as Lionsgate and Screen Treasures can do is to attract these small theater chains to provide schedules and screens. Even if they rush in, once the box office is not ideal, the fragile alliance will be dissolved instantly without interests who will play with you. This is something that anyone with a discerning eye can see clearly. In comparison, the big six obviously have more security. It's just that they are drawing some blood and the treatment is unfair. Compared with the total box office, it seems that these are nothing. Anyway, they all do this. Of course, this is the truth. However, there is another condition that is most easily overlooked in movies. That is, the production charm of the audience and the director. The latter two are obviously uncontrollable factors, otherwise there would not be niche dark horses or big hits every year. In comparison, Shirley Lansing still has a little lack of confidence because she really can't figure out Lemon. In terms of market vision, this person can build such a large business territory in 3 or 4 years because the film projects he has set his sights on have repeatedly made profits. This is a very scary thing. Think about it. Warner's projects operated in a year only make money, not losses. According to its size, it would be a small profit if it does not make $6 billion a year, but there are losses and profits. Warner's annual income is only based on the production business. It is very remarkable to be able to generate $1 billion in revenue. The bulk of it is still in the supporting copyright promotion and image licensing. Paramount's production business was able to break even, which was already an improvement. After thinking about it, Shirley Lansing said to herself, Lemon is a rebellious guy who never wants to be inferior to others. He must not be so easy to suppress. However, the moves have been made, and we have to wait and see how the other party responds. Liam strode into Lemon's office and said with some joy, Prada is in post-production. According to director David, it will definitely be released in time for Valentine's Day. Yeah. Lemon asked, what did those people say? Lionsgate very much agrees to work with us. As for Screen Treasures and Summit Entertainment, they still have some concerns. Apart from these, we can mobilize at least 3,000 screens, but the locations of the theaters are slightly inferior, not in the core areas. It's okay, it's good enough to do these. As long as we show our momentum, do you think those big theater chains will sit back and watch the box office be eaten up by other small fish? Haha, those vampires have always been profit driven. As long as there is money to be made, they will take the initiative to contact for movie copies without our reminder. This is actually the reason why Lemon has confidence. If he is unwilling to provide schedules and most of the resources, he will become famous first and then wait for people to come to him for cooperation. The Twilight series, which will establish Lionsgate's position in the future, was played like this. The first and second parts were released in November, close to the Christmas season, but the third part was released in the core time period of the summer season. What did it rely on? It's because the movie is too profitable, so people have to cooperate. As one of the most popular studios in Hollywood, the resources of Firefly and Lionsgate and other second-tier studios are enough to make those theaters interested and lower their posture. Of course, the premise of all this is that the marketability of the movie itself needs to be a hit, otherwise it is equivalent to saying nothing. After informing that the plan is still progressing smoothly, Lyman left the company. At the same time, on January 14th, the long-prepared No Country for Old Men officially started shooting. Lyman spent 2 days arranging the scenes, establishing costumes and props. Then in the first scene, a very simple shot was taken, which was the origin of all events, the human ambition evoked by the nugget of gold. A bird's eye view, the sun is shining, reflecting on the nugget of gold, and emitting a dazzling light. Chapter 598, Disorder, Subscriptions, Votes. The original director of No Country for Old Men is a rare genius in Hollywood's relatively non-mainstream Western crime films. They are said to be weird, because the masterpieces of this type, such as the Golden Globes, High Noon and Unforgiven, are generally tough Western cowboys with the protagonist punishing evil and promoting good. The characteristics of the Coen brothers films can be summarized as logic and order. In fact, these two have been fighting against orderly movies for more than just 1 or 2 works. They have been doing this since their debut. In other words, the personal theme of the Coen brothers is not to believe in the order. In other words, they are old Western doctors who specialize in treating patients who think they can master movies after watching too many movies. In his movies, don't believe in the protagonist's halo, don't believe in cowboy nights, and don't believe in Sherlock Holmes. The Coen brothers always hold a gun to the audience's chest and shout radically, "Whoever believes it is a fool." Therefore, in their movies, the character's behavior is always so unexpected, even if they die suddenly. No Country for Old Men is the epitome of the Coen brothers' disordered black philosophy, full of private goods and the absurdity. On a highway in New Mexico, under a small hill, the hunter Moss, played by Josh Brolin, carefully hid behind a boulder, peeking at 2 groups of people fighting not far away. It was dark at this time, and he was about to go home when he accidentally discovered this scene. Gradually, there was no sound not far away. Moss sneaked over and saw 3 corpses and a dark and thin guy lying in the cab of an off-road vehicle with a serious gunshot wound. There was an exquisite silver box at the guy's feet. Under his unwilling gaze, Moss opened the box without hesitation to check. As soon as he opened it, his heart was pounding. But the box was full of Franklin, estimated to be no less than 2 million. Moss closed the silver box, and greed suddenly arose in his heart. The idea of taking it for himself instantly filled his mind. He was a retired soldier, his family had no property, and his wife suffered with him. In addition, he had retired from the battlefield for so many years, and he had no skills, except killing and shooting. Even his work was not well received. He relied on hunting for a living on weekdays. How much money could he have left? Morse thought to himself that these people had a fight for some reason, and only let him find out. Isn't it a windfall from the sky? Why wouldn't he dare to take it? With this in mind, Morse disguised the scene again, making it look like the fight was more intense, and they shot each other to death. Then he swapped the positions of several dead people, fumbled around, and found a palm-sized nugget gold from another person's arms. He was more certain that it was ill-gotten gains, and he took it without any psychological condemnation. Morse took the property and suddenly saw that the dark and thin guy was not dead yet. He picked up the hunting rifle and was about to finish him off, but he felt that, even if he didn't die for a while, he would never survive in such a desolate place. After struggling with his thoughts, the dark and thin guy's eyes, that made people unable to bear to look at him, so Morse strode away. There was still some hesitation in his expression. Cut. In the feature film, this plot is the turning point of the whole film, but at this time, the atmosphere of the on-site shooting was still quite hot. Because the scene is quite large and the lens space is also large, the various departments of the crew coordinated and orderly surrounded the actors. And because it was shot in a fixed plus slide and other camera positions, Lyman did not check the lens composition effect at any time behind the director's monitor, but stood next to Thomas, the fixed #1 camera, and watched Josh's performance of this role for the first time, and couldn't help but compare it with the original version. Although this version of No Country for Old Men has a different background, added several branches and characters, and wants to express more profound themes, the shooting style is still consistent, all of which are relatively objective bystander and forbearing perspectives, with few frontal close-ups of characters, and mostly large space compositions with many details. As for the actors, among a large group of actors with strong acting skills such as Tom Hanks, Nicolas Cage, Daniel Day-Lewis, Josh Brolin has little public fame before he played Thanos, but this tough military man has a very suitable image for a Vietnam War veteran like Moss, so his acting skills are not that important. Watching him sweeping the battlefield with a shotgun, people subconsciously feel that he can do this. With his bronze dark complexion, professional technique, and vigilance of the wind direction around him, even suppressing his joy, pursing his lips slightly and not forgetting to clean up the traces at the scene, and forging clues about the direction of the person coming, Josh Brolin, Lemon had only one feeling in his heart, that this role was really right. You know, in No Country for Old Men, the role of Hunter Moss is not as good as Anton, the most impressive perverted killer. It is with this kind of contrast that both roles are well interpreted. If this role is less impressive or the actor's performance is not good enough, it will not be beautiful. The killers chase and kill, and each of them shows their magical powers and counters each other. It is wonderful. One-sided crushing is not enough to compare. After all, a murderer who represents malice has an advantage in setting, and is easy to be outstanding. If the history of film is to evaluate the top 10 villain killers, Anton in No Country for Old Men will hardly be on the list. Whether it is the distinctive ugly mushroom head hairstyle or the stern, but mocking smile, when people make choices, they are all very impressive characteristics. Ignoring all human rules, facing the life and death of others, he is as ruthless as tearing a fallen leaf, and he does not just enjoy killing, but has a very calm mind and strong fighting power, and will not stop until he achieves his goal. Such a great man also needs the foil of Morse, who is his match, to make the character stand out completely. This mining village in the western United States is a wild and Lois land. What Lemon wants to say is that human life in such a cruel environment is like the weeds on the roadside, and there is no warmth. The killing begins, and the killing ends. The only thing that remains unchanged is the desolation of the wilderness. There is a sense of lawlessness. People are complacent with all kinds of cruelty, and even turn a deaf ear to it. Therefore, the main characters of No Country for Old Men do not have a background board. Back to the scene. After this shot, Josh also hurried back to the makeup workshop to take care of his image. For such a role, Josh paid too much. In order to play a Vietnam War veteran with extraordinary skills and brains, Josh conducted more than a month of high-intensity physical training and deliberately made his face rough and his beard untidy. Not to mention going to the gun association and constantly feeding live ammunition just to get familiar with the feeling of touching a gun. Fortunately, it was all worth it, and director Lemon also appreciated his behavior. As an actor, it is always right to be dedicated. If you don't take the role seriously, how can you be respected? For such an opening scene, Josh and Lemon discussed the psychological changes and performance details of the character many times, so that it could go so smoothly after the shooting 10 minutes later. It was the same scene. However, the scene was so disruptive that Moss went home to hide his belongings and hesitated, thinking about saving the life of the thin black guy. Comforted by the Bible, Moss took gauze, a water bottle and some food, but unexpectedly, there was a big hole on the head of the thin black guy in the off-road vehicle that had just been in the gunfight. Moss saw that the situation was not good and ran away quickly. Sure enough, another team hired by the mine owner arrived and had been ambushing nearby. When they saw someone running away, they immediately drove after Moss. It turned out that the lucky man who picked up the nugget gold was going to leave the mine and find a buyer to exchange money before leaving. But the buyer was backed by the boss of the mine. He wanted to kill the lucky guy and throw him into an abandoned mine. But the buyer's men also wanted to run away with the property. The spoils were not evenly distributed, and their positions were unclear. An internal fight broke out on the road on the way back, but a passerby named Morse got the advantage. The mine owner waited for his men to return and realized that something must have gone wrong, so he sent another team. But when the team arrived at the crime scene, they found that the property had been taken away. In anger, they killed the thin and dark guy and waited on the side. Just then, Morse, who had a guilty conscience and some principles, returned to the scene. During the chase, Morse was shot in the shoulder and jumped into the river to hide his tracks. Chapter 599 Principles, Subscriptions, Votes Required. Javier, when you appear on camera later, don't have any extra performances. Just have a cold expression and serious movements. Lemon reminded Javier Bardem, and then turned to talk to the shop owner who was the background board of the extras. Pay attention to the camera position, and don't lose the perspective. Let's try to get it right in one take. 3 days later, in a shop in Texas, the crew was filming the scene where the killer Anton appeared. He had not yet entered the main plot. He had just escaped from the police station, and was about to buy some candy. At the scene, Javier had a retro and funny mushroom head, holding a large bottle of oxygen tank or something like that, and took out a coin in the surprised eyes of the shop owner. If you guess right, you will get everything. Guess it. The man said nervously but very seriously. A strange speech, buying things but not paying the bill, but asking people to guess the front and back of a coin, whether it was a word or a head. This guy gave people a very deep feeling, and his tone seemed to have a feeling that, if he guessed wrong, his life would be gone, which made the old shop owner sweat. In his limited life, he had never seen such a person. The owner was so scared that he didn't want the money and closed the shop in broad daylight. The owner kept shaking his head and panicking, but Anton still asked seriously about the front and back of the coin. It seemed that he didn't threaten deliberately because he didn't want to pay the bill. Of course, Anton is a person who attaches great importance to principles. He is the kind of person who will kill your whole family if he says he will kill your whole family and will not let a single fish slip through the net. Before this, he had killed a policeman and killed a driver who forced him to stop because it was inconvenient to drive a police car. Now he wants to play a game and kill the owner if he doesn't guess correctly. As for the source of the murderous intention, it was an unintentional sentence from the owner, which named Anton's whereabouts and said he came from New Mexico. Anton wanted to silence him. After all, his current identity is a fugitive. Just guess. We have to know. Why we have to guess first? You have to guess. I can't help you choose. In the atmosphere of confrontation, the owner spit out an answer with difficulty, which is a head. Anton took his hand away, and the front of the coin on the table was indeed a head. You got it right, Anton said with some regret. This is your lucky coin. Don't mix it with other coins, otherwise it will just be a coin. The man with nervous behavior left, and the shop owner was stunned. Although he was a minor role, he was already an old actor who had been filming for more than 10 years. Although he was not popular and was old, such a simple emotional performance would not go wrong at all. As for Javier Bardem, he had been trying to figure out the role for the past few weeks, and he had made some progress, and he was very natural in the role. Anyway, just follow your own rules seriously. Moreover, this kind of shot is also very enjoyable to shoot. The actors have acting skills and can cooperate with each other. There are rarely any problems or they can't find the direction of the performance. So, after this period, the crew immediately started to arrange the next shot. In fact, for filming, the time-consuming part is always the scheduling, not the performance of the actors. After all, it is not so easy to complete the arrangement of each scene. Fortunately, the scenes of the characters are very concentrated. The first 2 days were mostly Moss's scenes, and these days they were replaced by Anton's scenes. After a few days, it was the lawyer and the Minona's turn. After the individual scenes were shot, the group scenes between the leading actors were shot. The advantage of this is that it saves time for transitions. Although Lyman had a specific shooting direction in mind, and there were 2 original movies for comparison, he still designed new scenes to further improve his version. After all, apart from the style, the story direction in it is already a slightly unfamiliar new Hollywood crime film, which is unlikely to be very similar to the original. According to the shooting plan, this process will last for 2 to 3 weeks, and then the leading group scenes will be shot, which is easy first and difficult later. Because the film time is a bit tight, it is a waste to shoot only 8 hours a day and then finish work. Basically, overtime is done every 2 days. Of course, overtime will be paid more, which is all agreed. Then, when it was the turn of the Minona, he encountered a little trouble. David Stratzer overexerted himself. In fact, the performances in the whole movie are very forbearing, and there are no big emotional outbursts. The idea is to show an atmosphere of indifference to human life, giving people a sense of difference from what they are used to. When David's first performance ended, and Lemon saw the performance with a low and exposed tone, he knew that the style was wrong. He motioned David to come to the monitor to watch the playback, and then analyzed. Gru is a person who walks in the gray area. He has some money and some connections, but he is afraid that his affairs will be exposed and attract the attention of the eyes in the state government. His mine is not fully documented, which he is very afraid of. That's why he no longer trusts his subordinates when he sees gunfights and property missing, and looks for external assistance, but he won't show this emotion. So, you need to be a little more restrained and give people the confidence that things are still under control. David Strazer didn't say much and nodded quickly. I need to think about it. Give me some time. No Country for Old Men. Scene 47. Second time. Action in the room of the mine. Gru lit a cigarette, watched his men report, and asked casually, did you get the money back? The money is gone. Really? Gru asked lightly. Do you know who took it? Our people beat him up and should be found soon. Gru extinguished the cigarette, waved his hand and said, you go out. Cut. Prepare for the next one. The crew quickly cleaned up the scene, and Lemon also gave David an encouragement. Although he didn't understand the role well enough, it was good to change it quickly. At the end of the day, everyone went back to the hotel to rest. When you are shooting seriously, you can hardly feel the passage of time. It was like this until February 10th, and the progress was quite fast, but Lemon hurriedly turned his attention to this year's Oscars. The list of nominees for the 78th Oscars was quite lively. Crash, Walk With Me, Syriana, Munich, Brokeback Mountain and other works with high voices led the appearance. Of course, several of Lemon's works were also shortlisted, but they were all marginal awards, such as visual effects, best sound effects, etc., which had no attention at all, and would not bring any fame bonus. Since the list of nominees for this Oscar was announced, there has not been much suspense. Basically, whoever has more nominations will be able to advance to the final grand prize, and the outside of the venue is much more lively than the inside. For example, Brokeback Mountain was severely boycotted, saying that the subject matter was sensitive, and that people who supported freedom of choice in sex, and that homosexuals should not be discriminated against, and the so-called unenlightened people were in a mess, which made Liam look ashamed and almost scolded to death. However, the Oscar jury is used to this kind of farce every year. Throwing dirty water or spreading black material are necessary means to compete for the grand prize. It's just to suppress Brokeback Mountain, which has the most popular and most talked about voice. For this reason, Lemon had to rush back from Texas to attend several small-scale cocktail parties in order not to offend the Oscar jury members. Although he doesn't care much about these awards, it's better not to deliberately offend the product of the Oscar. It's just a few social interactions. If you follow their wishes, no one will deliberately embarrass anyone. After the nomination cocktail party, the post-production of Prada was almost completed, and it still needed some opening and ending credits. In addition, Lemon had to pay attention to Pan's Labyrinth, which was filmed in Spain from time to time. Gyro has the ability to direct, and with the help of Alfonso Cuarón, the filming has been going on for more than 2 months, and the scenes are coming to an end. It is estimated that the post-production will soon begin. The film will be officially completed in April. By then, it will definitely be able to catch up with the Cannes Film Festival and be nominated to gain some fame, which is quite appropriate. On February 12th, the Valentine's Day schedule of Prada is approaching. At a private club in Burbank, many senior executives of the studio gathered. The purpose of their gathering is naturally for joint distribution. The project that Firefly took out is naturally the classic The Wearing of Prada in the Previous Life. Chapter 600 Joint Distribution, Subscriptions, Vote. Last December, Lemon worked hard to connect the major studios. At the beginning, Lionsgate was undoubtedly the most sincere and ambitious. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Lionsgate and Firefly are competitors, the pressure from the Big Six is too great, so there is a basis for mutual cooperation. Then, Screen Treasures also agreed, and their thoughts were basically the same. Therefore, today's preview was quite lively. In the hall, executives from various studios gathered in 2s and 3s talking and laughing loudly, or whispering. Lyman accompanied Lionsgate CEO John Feldmeier to sit in the front row and asked with interest, "How is it?" "It's difficult." Although John Feldmeier didn't want to dampen Firefly's enthusiasm, he was still not optimistic about joint distribution. Of course, it's not that joint distribution is impossible, it can't be done. In fact, finding alliances is what all studios do. But most of them can't last long. Why? Because the natural attribute of the studio is competition. It's just that the competitive pressure is big or small. Take Lionsgate and Screen Treasures for example. Good film sources are scarce. It is barely enough to develop 2 or 3 hit movies a year. It is really a gamble with most projects. Moreover, the publicity and distribution resources are limited for them. If they invest resources in others, their own projects will inevitably be neglected. It is like everyone is competing for the March schedule now. The number of screens and the share of the film schedule must be negotiated with the theaters. Firefly gets more, so naturally others get less. This is no different from the Big Six. Although the Big Six does not value unpopular schedules. Sometimes in order to reduce costs and ensure profits, it is not impossible to help distribute other people's movies. But what if there is a need for their own? This short-lived alliance will fall apart in an instant. If several companies determine the joint distribution, then whose movies will be distributed is also a problem. Why should they use resources to pay for the production of Firefly's projects? It's okay if the movie can be a big hit. Everyone can share the fruits and make some money. If the box office of the movie is not ideal when it is released, who will bear this responsibility? This situation is bound to drag down the joint distribution, but will suffer more losses because of too much fanfare. Of course, Lyman and others did not fail to consider all these concerns. It was because of these considerations that they had some confidence. After getting to know those executives, Lyman quickly said to John Feldmeier, "Everyone who has a project that is worth a grand promotion, sit down and take a look. As long as the majority agrees, we can form a temporary alliance. After the movie is released, it can be automatically disbanded. How about it?" How do temporary alliances calculate the distribution profit? Is it based on the theater rules, or is the capital contribution calculated based on the investment ratio? John Feldmeier continued to ask, "What needs to be mentioned here is what is worth a grand promotion. Generally speaking, the studios that are relatively successful and can gain a foothold in Hollywood do not particularly need joint promotion throughout the year. According to the production of Firefly's projects, it is probably that projects like Saw can be taken by themselves, and projects like Prada and Sparta with an investment cost of 70 to 80 million yuan need to be jointly distributed. Similarly, Lionsgate and Screen Treasures, if the investment cost is not tens of millions, and they really value the market potential, generally speaking, they do not need to rely on external forces. Furthermore, the theater rules are more complicated, involving the stage changes in the number of screens and weeks of screening. For example, in the first week of the movie screening, the distribution producer takes 90% of the box office, and the theater takes 10%. In the second week, the distribution producer takes 80%, and the theater takes 20%. After a month, the situation will basically continue with 50 to 50, 40 to 60, and 70 to 30. If the producer is strong, it can even directly lower the theater's commission. Many blockbuster sequel projects can't get 40% of the box office profit, and the proportion is basically around 33%. This is the big studios negotiating conditions with blockbuster projects. Therefore, Lyman thought about it and replied, "The joint venture shares the profit, so it's a good meeting and parting." John Feldmeier nodded in approval and said, "Of course it's feasible. Lionsgate has not started any high investment movies before. In fact, it is not enough. If there is such a joint distribution, it will be a good supplement for them, and they are immediately quite satisfied. After all, there are more and more high investment and high return film projects in Hollywood. Who can just sit there and watch without being tempted? If the plan goes well, the risk has actually been reduced to a very small level, so it's okay to test the waters." After the CEO of Lionsgate agreed, Lyman was also very happy. As for the part of the profit given up by the joint distribution, it was not a big deal. Anyway, the big six would only take more ruthlessly. The few companies that stick together and no one can be particularly superior, can talk on an equal footing. Lionsgate, apart from other things, has very strong capital. Since its establishment, it has been constantly acquiring small studios, newspapers, and even buying land to build independent photography bases. In terms of dependence, it is the lowest among the few companies, and it is definitely better than Blue Butterfly Pictures in terms of publicity and distribution. In fact, Lyman also had an idea in his mind, that is, after Lionsgate improves its global distribution channel network, it will definitely be particularly short of good film sources. At that time, the Firefly project can establish overseas cooperation with them, and avoid the big six. This can not only preserve the film's revenue, but also make its own production status more transcendent, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. However, the time for the latter plan to be implemented is not yet ripe. Lionsgate has just begun to secretly spend money to buy people to build a distribution network. It is far from being independent, so it can only wait quietly for the situation to change. After a while of chatting, Lyman took the copy of the movie and put it into the DVD player to test the film. After all, if you want to impress your partners, who would be willing to invest resources without showing some hard power? John Filmer, who was sitting next to him, shrugged and said, "What kind of movie is this?" Lyman smiled and said, "A workplace work that focuses on the female market." Oh, John showed some interest. "I thought it would be a special effects work like The Mist. You'll know when you see it." Lyman was quite confident. Of course, his confidence was justified, because the version of the film shot by David is indeed of high quality and looks quite ornamental. John Filmer only saw half of it and knew that this was a good movie with great potential. Especially the protagonist successfully transformed his mentality and enjoyed the fashion convenience brought by his profession. He went from an ugly duckling who didn't know how to dress up to a beautiful beauty with luxurious clothes. I wonder how much it will attract female fans who like to study clothing matching. John Filmer was finally moved. No wonder Lyman was confident that he could win the female market. This movie is trying to please women from the inside out, especially the plot revolves around workplace struggles and fashion luxury. How tempting is that? As a long-term project reviewer at Lionsgate, he naturally knows that a hit movie needs content element that are worth the audience's pursuit. If Prada is well run, it will definitely cause a temporary viewing boom, and it is hard not to have high box office. When the movie was over, John Filmer applauded and said with joy, "This project is definitely worth promoting vigorously. Thank you all." Lyman was still calm. He knew that Blue Butterfly could not eat this cake. If it was forced to start, the project that could have been a big hit might end up mediocre. How is it, everyone? After the test film, it was time to discuss how to jointly distribute it. In short, it was necessary to set conditions. The distribution executive of Mobo affirmed, "This movie reminds me of Pretty Woman. Once the female theme is successful, there will be a huge market to tap. Moreover, Anne Hathaway has made great sacrifices in this film, and it is worth hyping it up. She is quite popular with the audience. We should focus on her in the promotion. What do you think? This person has a good vision." There is indeed a limit to chick flicks, provided that it can resonate with female audiences. And there is no doubt that Prada has the potential to become big. Lyman looked at John Filmer. He has the most capital here, and his investment level is the biggest standard reference. I also think the project has great potential. We can focus on promoting this film during the Valentine's Day period this year, and Lionsgate will definitely cooperate in the promotion. Once Lionsgate spoke up, things became much easier. New Bayo was willing to negotiate with the familiar theater chain immediately, giving 30% of the number of screens it had obtained to Prada, and providing 20% of the publicity funds. It was not that New Bayo was stingy, but because the majority of the project should be decided by the project provider Firefly, so how could an outsider get more profits than the owner? There is no reason for cooperation. On the other hand, Lionsgate also had similar conditions. The only thing was that it could facilitate the investment in publicity channels, such as online publicity, newspapers, magazines, TV stations, and even hard advertising in subway stations and passenger stations. In any case, If Lionsgate can't use this part of the publicity channel, it is more cost effective to provide it to allies in exchange for profits. Anyway, they are not able to expand the market by one company. As strong as the Big Six, they still release many projects from independent studios every year, and the reason is not that their own production business can't keep up. Everyone knows the prospects of the Prada project. With such confidence here, it is difficult to make a loss. Why not operate each other and share the profits? Doesn't it make sense? It was nothing more than calculating their own gains and losses, and also thinking about how big the gap would be for their own projects if the joint distribution was made, so as to strike a balance which would not affect their own business development and could also exchange excess resources for profits. The group discussed like this for most of the day, making at least dozens of phone calls and constantly calculating. Finally, the three distributors, Mobo, Blue Butterfly, and Lionsgate, jointly negotiated with the theaters that Prada would be shown in 3,200 theaters on the first day of the opening, which was basically enough for the distribution scale of the 6 major theaters. The premiere time was set for February 14th, which was Valentine's Day, to show the movie publicly, in line with the festive atmosphere, to empty the pockets of movie fans. However, since the theater location is not particularly good, the theater chain will also take a 40% commission, and the other 2 distributors will also take a 20% commission in North America in proportion, but Firefly will have monopoly on overseas. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.